let's get down to business. Um, let's see here. Well, we're going to start with the recap as usual. So let's do that first. You have all somewhat covertly come to the city of, the nation of Karnath. Here in Karnath, you have been asked by House Fjarlin to conduct a information auction based on the whereabouts of Karl Irvath, the villain who destroyed the Golden Dragon airship you were on so long ago. And so you have begun to play the great game of politics here. Over the last couple of days, you have met the various bidders. You have decided which ones you like other than others, and facilitated potential success for those bidders that you prefer. That's sort of where we're at, but I'll tell you what's happened here on this day of the auction, I believe it is. Yeah, lowest about the bidder. Yeah, so today is the day of the auction, and what has happened today so far is thus. Lois and Holden brought Syrah and Melisara to the table of the Eyes of Ondare and House Lyrandar. And they have entered alliance together thanks to the quick talking and good wits of our two fine friends. Lyrandar will back up the Eyes of Ondare financially in the auction in exchange for being given the information to be the ones to reveal it publicly to save face with the common folk, while the Eyes of Ondare are able to save face with the Queen in private. They both sign the document and mention, well, I believe it was Syrah specifically who mentioned it, if she was to be the one to come out on top, if this little alliance works out and they get the information, it would look very good for House Leora in private, of course. It would look very good for you guys, as she would be willing to mention your aid and help to the Queen of Ondare, and it might get you guys some brand points. Who knows where that could lead. And that is really where we're at today. You guys visited the estate. You went through the Mordock estate. You learned that Thurani will be the hired entertainment. Mordock was a generous host and provided you the basement of his, the secret basement of his estate for the auction, which has been nicely decorated for the occasion, but told you to do whatever you want with it, really. Some magical protections will be put in place by Adrian de Fjarlin to ensure that it remains secretive. And last but not least, the guest list is to exceed 100 people. And Fjarlin will be supplying you with 10 shadows, which is another word for spy agents of the Serpentine Table. Adrian himself will be there, and an unspecified and unidentified specter of House Fjarlin will be in the shadows, watching from the dark, making sure nothing astronomical happens to the party and nothing bad happens with the auction. That is where we are today. There is precious hours before the true auction begins. But before we get there, we have to deal with our wonderful rumor phase. Let's see here. I want to get out the rumor phase. Let's see. Gossip. Pull out some gossip real quick. See how that's no, room. Come on, rumors. No, that was not it. I'll find it eventually. But I'll tell you the base ones so far. First and foremost, the information about the duel that broke the treaty, the scandal that spread like wildfire in Karnath, it seems. Across here, it was very much like lighting a match as a kid, being like, let's see what fire does. And now there's like a statewide emergency, like forest fire, and you're like, oh fuck. I didn't know that would take off so much. It seems that anyone is looking for any opportunity to have the moral high ground to restart the war. Not that it is, but I will simply say that it is the hot gossip in Karnath. People are talking about it, and whenever the next Korenberg Chronicle article is released, you can probably expect that that might find its way on there.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that one is that rumor is alive, and well, that scandal is an intense roaring fire of gossip. Um, all right. The rumor that the Iron Prince lives on. Um, some say Prince Morinir Wynarn was thought to have died earlier in the war, was not killed at all, but turned into a deathless commander by the blood of Vol and hidden beneath Fort Bones. His incorruptible corpse still gives orders. There is the heir who lives on, or the heir who eats nothing, excuse me. Lady Valessa Corvain hosts endless feasts, but is never seen eating a bite. Servants claim her reflection moves on its own. Is she undead, a changeling, something worse? Now, this is what's interesting. One rumor has just completely vanished from circulation entirely. Can anyone remember what that rumor was?
Rowan can think of one, but I let it die for a reason.
Okay, sure. Yeah, by giving it voice, you give it life.
The golden child. I'm trying to remember the details.
It was the kid that
some urchin who had a savant military ability that they thought was tied to some staff member of the ruling house.
Something like that. As you maybe sit at breakfast and muse about the latest gossip, as we assume that there is some such conversation that happens off table. Yeah, Lois is able to recall that much, and you'll notice that that rumor it was starting to pop off for like a day or two there, and it's just died completely, suddenly. All right.
Do we add another reputation points?
Let me think. Yeah, you all conducted yourself politely before the Baron. Nobody was particularly rude or any such thing. You're very gracious about the space that was being delivered to you, if I can recall. I can't recall any particular altercations or rudeness. No, you guys were all very gracious. Yeah, I would say everybody continues to earn reputation points.
Can I pour some gasoline on that rumor I scandalized?
Yeah, pour some fucking gasoline. Yeah, let's go. What do you want to pour gasoline on? You can't pour gasoline on something that's already a scandal.
Damn it! I was just make the whole duel thing even worse.
Yeah, it's already been scandalized. It's already a hot scandal, so it can't be further scandalized. But you could try to add fuel on the fire by trying to tie another rumor through scandal to that event.
You see,
as an option.
Is there a way to stop a rumor?
Yes, you can burn a token of favor to try and cancel a rumor. To cancel a rumor, not to try.
The only rumor I would want to wield is one from Undead, not from Karnath, which I guess wouldn't work.
No, yes, unfortunately, that's another nation over.
Yeah, so no, I got nothing then.
Got it. Tokens can be burned to do a reroll at a critical moment, to make a rumor go away, or to lower a roll's DC. You lose it, and it makes it harder to reconnect with the person that the token was connected to in the future. And if it lowers your relationship points low enough, it could potentially end whatever bond you possess with them. Okay, fantastic. So we will move along then. We'll say that that one rumor's sort of monopolized everything, and people are kind of going crazy over this one rumor. And yeah, we'll leave her there. Ooh, I might have one rumor I could toss in there as like an extra, a little extra. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. No, it's not a very good one. I don't think it would make sense given the region that you're currently in. So yeah, we're gonna say that's the hot fixes this week. That one rumor just died in its crib, and the other one is just lit on fire. Okay, beautiful, darlings. So that is. I'm gonna go check on our reputation because I believe some of you have earned monikers, perhaps. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go double check really quick. Fun fact: all of you have reached 3 reputation points in Karnath. You have not been too subtle about your engagements here, and you've been allowing yourself to be shown and conducting yourselves well, and you've all earned a reputation. So I want everyone to take a moment, as you have all sort of been very good. And I want you to think of a reputation tag, something that would be tied to you since you've been coming to Karnath. Something that people would think to positively attach to your character based on your actions that you have taken since coming to Karnath. Let me know if anyone is ready with what their reputation tag may be here. Yeah, go ahead, Holden.
I use Deal Maker.
Deal Maker. Ooh, okay. All right. I like it. You will be known as Holden the Deal Maker in Karnath. People will know to come to you to strike deals. I will remind everybody of their potential benefits as soon as we have completed getting these done. But in the meantime, who else has one?
Positive.
Tough decision. All right, your sheet's been updated, Holden, or your handout anyway. While you're thinking, I will give you a reminder of the mechanic of reputation tags. Your positive tagline, a tagline, whether positive or negative, provides inspiration dice for each tagline that you have that recharges after a long rest. You can only have a number of taglines equal to your proficiency bonus, and this is nation to nation, by the way. Positive or negative taglines cancel each other out as you begin to build or lower your reputation. You can also only use these inspiration dice when they are related to one of your reputation tags. So Holden, maybe in a diplomatic deal, in a deal-making situation, you would be able to use this inspiration die.
Okay.
I think I've got Lois's. Or go ahead, Carmen.
No, please. After you.
I'm gonna say clandestine.
Destine. Would we think of that as a positive tag?
Journalists.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Clandestine. Lois Deliora, the clandestine.
I've got one.
Oh. Yeah, go for it.
Savvy.
Okay. Let's have the savvy.
He's a smarty pants.
Okay. What is it about Rowan that has been particularly savvy since being here? Curiosity.
Okay. Well, while everybody was talking and doing stuff, she essentially made assignments. Nobody questioned the assignments, but everybody did pretty much exactly what she expected them to do, and they've pretty well maximized the profit that they're going to make based off of those assignments. So, she's pretty proud of herding cats right now.
Would we perhaps say that maybe the reputation tag has something to do with leadership then? That could be good, considering the direction that some things are going back in on there.
Sure. What? I like that. What if savvy isn't resonating with you? Is there something that can you help direct me a little bit, and I'll bounce off of that?
We could say it's tricky to say strategic because the strategic things you've done has been in private. So
and the fact that she took Kenneth West and Denise knowing she was going to do exactly what she did. So I mean, yes, strategic, but you're right. No, nobody would know.
Yeah, that's all sort of behind the scenes. It's tricky.
She's really good at stuff, but nobody sees what she does.
That's true.
The subtle.
I mean,
again, tricky to prove. What if we said something like, I know it's tricky.
Sorry. But
don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. The affluent. Rowan the affluent, perhaps. The We could easily just say the leader if we wanted to.
Coordinator.
Master of the house.
Master of the house. Interesting.
Oh God, no!
That's not a bad
No! No! Fucker.
Let's see.
Although
Sorry,
that is
if you lob it across the plate like that, I have to swing at it. I am morally obligated.
I understand, and now Rowan is Thenardier. No, that's fine. It's just a very different game now.
Tricky. There's a good word here. There's got to be a good word.
If you want to go to someone else, and I'll keep looking.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Sure, absolutely. There's a good one here. There's a really good word here we're looking for, but yeah. Let me know. Okay, who else has got something for me?
Sort of struggling a bit because the only one I've really interacted with is Thresh, and that interaction kind of went bad and good. So
that is true. That is true. Who did you interact with last session? It was just Thrash, where you basically told them like no dice, basically.
Yeah, like I tried to get some sort of deal going, but it kind of like wasn't viable.
It's a good point, and I would maybe there's an argument that maybe you lost a reputation point cross because
I would probably agree with that.
All right, then. Unfortunately, we will say that the reputation went down as you kind of blocked Thrash, and he didn't like that. Unfortunately, we appreciate the honesty. I'll give you an inspiration for the honesty, regardless.
This is a big swing.
Mm-hmm.
Visionary?
I was thinking visionary. I was looking at that too. I was thinking that too,
It,
maybe.
it feels premature though.
Yeah, and visionary is almost there's like almost like an artistic sort of backing behind it, you
Yeah,
know?
not there yet.
Um,
No, no.
yeah, it's a little intense word, but something similar. Um, uh, hmm. We could say the intuitive. The far-sighted. But what if we said the far-sighted? That's kind of good because that's kind of like strategic, but it's kind of like playing 3 moves ahead a little bit. That one's pretty decent, in my
Insightful.
opinion. Yeah, insightful. I like insightful. I wish it was a cool word that just like linked it to like leadership. That would be cool. But yeah, let's stick with it if you
Innovative.
want to. Yeah, innovative, innovative. I mean, you're literally an artificer, so
Yeah.
that would work fine if you want to do that. Uh, so we're going. You want to go with innovative?
I want
Which,
to go with
which one of those
insight.
ones sounded good to you?
I want to go with insightful.
Okay, insight. Insightful. Okay. All right. Rowan the insightful. Um, am I missing anybody?
Me.
Yeah, Ludwig, what you got?
I've been thinking.
Who have you been
So
talking to lately? Who's been your
the Kenneth East. I've been to the Baron's place. I have been to the hotel, and of course to the religious district.
maybe there's something you tell me what you're thinking, but I have an idea too.
Okay. Three ideas off the top of my head: subtle, stoic, or faithful. Even
See,
your ideas?
the first one is the same thing with Rowan. The subtle is hard to prove. It's hard to
Yeah.
prove that someone's
I,
being subtle.
how do you prove an
Um,
absence?
How do you prove an absence? What if we combined sort of the faithful and the stoic part and called you like patriot? Because he's been doing a lot of stuff and kind of his Karnathiness has been recognized amongst the group in meetings. What if we said like patriot? That could be good.
Within Karnath?
Yeah, within Karnath specifically.
Yeah, that could definitely work. Pragmatic could also be good, but patriotic, you think Karnath? Yeah, that's pretty decent reputation to have.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. You're a patriot, and I feel like Ludwig is. He's very proud of Karnath. Not far from the mark. His reputation for being a patriot. Ludwig the Patriot. Excellent. All right. With that, you've all got your reputation tags. As a reminder, you can always look in who I'm going to actually rename the folder right now as House Leora. I'm renaming our folder. I'll rename your character sheets in time. But it should be the first folder in the Dragon Marked House folder. And if you ever want to review your character information, your reputation points, your tags, all that stuff, yeah, just feel free to go take a peek. I'm always happy to remind you.
Awesome. My name's still spelled as Ludvid.
Oh, is it? Fuck.
Yeah.
I'll change that right now. Yeah, why is that there?
Ludvid
Ludwig.
You got the sign. You have the circle, but it's pointing up instead of pointing down and bent.
There we go. Yeah, there you're bent again. All right. With that done, again, you guys are on a slightly covert assignment, so there's not been a lot of mail coming your way, obviously, because you guys are semi-covert, not fully covert, semi-covert. It's not national news that you guys are out here. So no letters coming your way, but I'm not going to cut off the epistolary phase there if you guys had mail that you actually wanted to send. Does anybody feel the need to send any missives, any letters, anything like that?
Not yet.
Okay, no problem. Then Let us begin. As a reminder, I have a pretty firm wanting, and I think it's shared by you guys, or most of you guys, or hope, I don't know, that we will have our auction tonight. Out of the way, cat. So yeah, let's get some stuff done. Any last little things that need to be done before the auction? Absolutely. But we'll be going to the auction
Very
at
soon.
after the break at the very latest.
Okay.
Cool. So who would like to do something today?
I'll just get a list of all the guests and our guests, and I'll check with the group that I'm going to go to the civic station and send some sendings out to them. That's Masquerade Ball, Crimson Butcher's Estates. Arrive sunset by the latest.
Got it. You can hand those off to Adrian as he's facilitating quiet communications with the bidders at large. So yeah, he'll take care of that. He'll easily enough the information about the auction is sent.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I'll check in with Rowan and see if I can, and I'll coordinate and see if I presume our Deneth guards are coming, correct?
Kira is absolutely coming.
Yeah. We're gonna need outfits for them. I guess I'll go I'll get them measured for some kind of costume shop of some kind.
Yeah, as a reminder, you guys all have because it's a masquerade, right? You're trying to be subtle.
Yes.
So everybody is given the same as everybody else on the list, which is a +1. If you wanted that to be your Deneth guards, fantastic. Adrian would say, he already has Deneth defenders there. It would be maybe, I don't know, a little weird for the actual defenders themselves for this sort of last minute addition to the guard, but wouldn't be completely outside the realm of possibility if you just wanted to station your defender on the Baron's watch. Or, of course, you can bring them as a +1. They can be a little bit more at your side than scattered about the castle. Or manor, excuse me.
I'll check with the others. Do we want them posted alongside the other Deneth guards or with us?
That's a personal decision up to y'all.
I would prefer to have
Kira is coming with me by request.
Shell will be accompanying myself.
Okay. Okay, Rowan, Holden?
Yes, I would prefer to have Sarath with me.
Srath gives you like a wink, Holden. Like a wink and a smile. Take me to the most fabulous places.
I'll have Soren with me, but I'll dress him up, like make sure he fits in.
Soren just sort of like grunts at the prospect of putting on a suit.
It's like,
so it sounds like everyone's taking their defenders as their +1s. Excellent.
Okay, and I guess I'll be heading out to get myself and Soren dressed up, some slacks for the evening.
All right. Everyone who wants to bring their defender as their +1 is more than welcome to drop 15 GP for something to wear. It's obviously not going to be the best thing at the ball. It's going to be fine clothing, but it will do the job. Yes, Holden?
Oh, speaking of that, how many days has it been that we've been being paid?
Ooh, good question. I'll start writing down like a little payday marker here. I got a question to answer your question. When's the last time you guys have accepted a payment from Fjarlund?
I took after they announced that they'd be paying us 50 gold pieces a day, I took a week's worth at that point.
Yeah, I think you guys all accepted gold for that like chunk of downtime while you're getting settled in at the Fjarlan Enclave, I'm pretty sure. So why don't we keep it that way then? Why don't we say you get like it's accumulating back in Ondair? Uh, we'll say that if you want to get your money, we'll play it out in game just so we can keep proper track of it. You'll have to visit a Kandaric bank, and they can hook you up. If this is what you want to do, Holden, if you want to go visit a Kandaric bank and accept your payment, that is absolutely great. And I will mark it down on my calendar that you've been paid.
I'm good for now. I can stay on there.
Got it. Sounds good. Cool.
If anything, I'd like to make a deposit.
Yeah. If you want to, you can open up an account with Kandaric if you want.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just that
sure.
because I got paid by Wynon and also by Fjarlan, I'm kind of sitting on quite a lot of gold that I'd like to not be carrying around.
That is perfectly fair, and Kandaric has a sterling reputation, has never been robbed, and never failed to ensure the safety of people's gold.
The part where you tell me that the country's just gonna fall apart to the thing attacking them from underground. It's like, and it's gone.
And it's gone. Well, they don't keep it all in the Maror holds. I like, there's always quite like pickpockets because we don't really do coin weight around here. So I'm not gonna have a pickpocket just like lynch your purse and take several thousand coins from you guys in one shot. In a similar way, your money's safe in the bank. Like unless there's some like really like plot-driven astronomical something, your money is safe. This would be like they've maintained the safety of like accounts of nations during the entirety of the last war. So you're pretty sure they got their shit together.
Cool.
So that's all me as the DM saying I'm not going to just rob you for fun out of the bank at any given moment. Just so you know, you are safe. Okay. Let me see. Let's go to the bank. Let's go. Okay, so because this is the first time we're really interacting with Kandaric as a house as opposed to just the Baron, let's take a little look at that. You come to what is known as the Iron Bastion here in Korth. Tucked into the High Court Ward, just a few blocks away from the Royal Palace, you see the Iron Bastion as you and not Bastion anymore, but
Shell.
Oh, fuck, I'll get him one day. Approach. It is less ostentatious than some Brailish or Ondarian branches, but its authority appears and is absolute. The building is hewn out of dark Karnathi granite and veined with silver, rising 3 stories tall into an arrow straight line like a spire almost. Dwarven carvings of locks, vaults, and roaring stone lions stand sentinel over its wide entrance. Thick iron-shod doors open only when necessary and are engraved with, indeed, the Kandaric seal, a stylized mountain vault with a blazing key. Kandaric guards in gleaming mithril-threaded uniforms stand silent, watching like sentinels at all hours, and gaze unflinchingly. You walk inside the grand lobby. Upon entrance, you would see the high vaulted ceilings and cold marble floors. Each step echoes with deliberate weight, and the space smells faintly of lavender oil. And street polish, or steel polish, excuse me. Gilded chandeliers shaped like key rings cast bright uniform light over the discreet counters of enchanted blackwood where well-dressed dwarf tellers with abacus wands and arcane scrolls conduct business with mechanical-like precision. You may find yourself to the vault services if you wish and approach one of these fine dwarves, one of these tellers. You come to this dwarf who is clean shaven. This is Eberron. Things are a little different here. Clean shaven, hair in a nice side part, very professionally dressed, suit bearing the symbol of Kandaric, no dragon mark. And he says, "Welcome to the Iron Bastion. How can I help with you today?"
Greetings. I would like to open an account.
"Oh, most excellent. Please take a seat and allow me to start getting your information from you. And we can, skip the paperwork. Yeah. You don't want the thrilling role play of
the role play of bureaucracy, except across is really complicated. It's like, okay, date of birth,
former occupation,
name,
any known affiliations? None. You go through the paperwork. There is probably some details about that because you're a Warforged, where it's like a little different. But nonetheless, they are proud to open you an account. And he says, "Congratulations! You can access this account from any Kandaric bank and/or enclave across all of Corvair. This can store gold, possessions, whatever you please in our vaults. Is there anything you'd like to deposit today?"
Two things. One, I believe House Fjorden owes me, or has already got pending payments for me.
Let me go check the back for some bills of credit on the Fjarlin accounts. This doesn't take too long. Takes a minute, though. 5 to 10 minutes later, he comes back with a bill of credit. He, stamps it with something, and it puts, a couple of holes through it. Actually, puts it through, the Kandaric and Civis seals, sort of basically destroys the line of credit, and he will pay you the gold. He'll come back out with a purse of gold. So they were paying you 50 a day, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, well, let's get you your money. 1, 2, 3, 4. So today has not been completed, so they're going to pay you 200 gold. Let's make our lives easy. He'll pay you 250 gold for today as well.
That's fine. You can put the 250 straight into the account, and I'll hand over 500 gold as well.
Right, excellent. He doesn't bat an eye. He will take it. I'm going to open a new document tab. Yay! Bank accounts. We're really getting into the good stuff.
I made a note of it on my sheet as well, so I'm trying
Excellent.
to get as well.
Okay. Process deposited 750 gold pieces. Okay. He goes, "Excellent. Is there anything else you'd like to deposit today?"
No, that would be everything. Thank you for your service.
And he will shake your hand. I'm trying to think of something here. So I'm just going to say that you guys set up whatever it is, and I'll work on the cool lore of that later. But you set up whatever accounts, whatever maybe there's a key they give you, and stuff to essentially access your account. And I'll give you the details of what that is later. But we don't really need to worry about account numbers for you. You can just go there and deal with it. You are cross. You're good. Excellent. So again, I will hand you that information later. But in the meantime, you have successfully set up an account with House Condor. Fantastic. Incredible. I was caught a little off guard with that, but I'll come back to you about any other details. Is there anything else anyone would like to do around Korth before the auction? Yes, Rob.
Rowan has 2 very, very quick meetings. She needs to meet with Kenneth and with Denise one last time. With Denise, she's got to pick up the money, and with Kenneth, she needs to give him the earring of message so that they can communicate across the auction. And actually, she needs to let them know that Denise is. She needs to communicate with her people, but it can be quick.
So you need to meet with. Sorry, could you hit me with that again?
Dorian Kenneth.
Yeah, you need to meet with Dorian Kenneth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we'll just have the meetings and then you can. Yeah.
So it'll be like she'll find him at breakfast.
Yeah, you find him. He's told to come meet you, and he does. And he will say, "It's good to see you again, Lady Leora."
It is good to see you. Please join me. And she's going to hand him like a little. It's an envelope, but it's a carefully folded piece of parchment that when he opens it, it's going to have an earring of message. And she says, "So, nothing would make me happier than for this to go your way. But if at some point you determine, if at some point the bidding gets as high as I expect that it will, and you feel the unfortunate need to step aside, if you would like to support another house, we've talked about it. You can use that to message me."
An interesting game you're playing. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we can agree that we don't want Kenneth East to win, right? I would rather.
Why not?
Why not? That's fair.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten. You are Kenneth East was your loyalties lie. Or West, excuse me. That's where your loyalties lie, no?
Yes. And it's not a matter of loyalties as much as it is liking to keep the peace.
What peace?
The peace
Do
we have.
Do you have peace?
Yes, I'd like to keep it that way.
Do you have some reason to believe that this information would lead to Kenneth East's violence with Kenneth East?
Not directly. Anyway, the offer is open to you. You do not have to accept it. It is there on the table.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think seeing how it all plays out will be interesting unto itself.
Indeed.
But I appreciate the offer.
Have an excellent day. And she will stand up and leave.
Yep. He stays and kind of contemplatively sort of sips at whatever drink he has and considers.
Next meeting is with Denise. She has to go get the funds. He had asked her to come back.
The funds from who? Sorry, one more time.
House Denise. Harlan.
Oh, you wanted the funds from... Yeah, he'll give it to you there in that meeting. Yeah.
Like he had specifically asked her to go back. So yeah, she'll go back and collect that from him.
You were meeting with Denise right now, right?
No, I'm meeting with Kenneth.
I'm sorry, I'm all over the fucking place. I apologize.
Dorian Kenneth.
Dorian Kenneth, understood. I apologize.
Right?
No, that wasn't on you.
I am so sorry. No.
Sorry, I'm allowed to lunch.
Because
I apologize.
She and Dorian Kenneth are staying at the same hotel or inn. So
yes,
I figured it would be super easy to just meet up for breakfast because they're in the same place. And they had already had this discussion.
Got it.
That's why this felt so weird. That because she'd already said that she was going to give him the earring.
You're good. I'm sorry. I'm apparently not sharp today. I apologize. No, you're totally good. You had said it. It was my mistake. Um,
Okay.
okay.
No. All right.
So we'll
Yeah.
wheel it back a tad. So just to coat that over,
Ah.
he is simply gracious for the opportunity. Um, and maybe he'll ask. He goes, do you suspect that perhaps there will be other alliances?
See, here's the thing.
Has Kenneth East formed an alliance?
Ah. Not to the best of my knowledge. I would be a lot more stressed out if they had, to be honest with you. Here's the thing. I don't know that I think I'm that smart, right? And so if I can think of it, somebody else certainly can.
Sure, sure.
And my instinct, if I'm playing out at a table, is at least to be able to counter my own moves, right?
It's a fair point. Yes.
So if I am looking at a given board, I'm going to counter what I see on the board, but I'm also going to be able to counter myself because somebody out there is.
Hmm. Um, well, I will be. Hmm. Okay. I would ask, as we had previously spoken, if at all possible, I am open to, if you're doing the same thing with everyone else, I am open to alliance as well. If they're willing to back me, I would much prefer to be backed before I have to back somebody else, of course. We Kenneth West would very much value this information. So, as we had spoken, we want to stop East from winning, but best case scenario, we win. So, please, if anyone wants to back anyone, I'm sure everyone wants to back it, wants to be backed. So, if you can convince someone to back me, I'm all ears. Anyone, doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
I can tell you House Thrashk is not interested.
Not interested in backing Kenneth.
That is correct. I can tell
Interesting.
you
Why
very,
is that?
very. They had other means of having to do things the way they wanted to do. It's good. It's good. It's fine. We're all awake in the morning, and that is great. Right? That's what's most important.
We're all awake in the morning? What does that
Exactly.
mean?
It means we are having breakfast, and I love that for us. Anyway, I will see if I can find someone.
What the fuck? He knows he missed something important. He's like, what the fuck? Incredible. Please continue.
If I can find someone, I absolutely will. But the truth of the matter, if I'm going to be completely direct with you, is that it's who has to step back first. That will be the deciding factor as to who backs who. Who
Yes,
has
of
to step
course.
back first. Um, there may be someone else that would back you,
Excellent.
but I don't know who's got what money. I only know sort of like what's in the public knowledge, right? So,
Well, anyone who's come to the table surely must think themselves capable of outbidding the rest.
yes, exactly. Uh, which is why I have a feeling that people are going to be working together. I don't know necessarily what other houses are doing. I'm not always privy to that information. I just know that that's what I would do. So
All right.
that should allow you to contact me from across the room. It's got like 120 feet in it. And
Oh, I see. What? I heard this was going to be a masquerade. What mask will you be wearing so I know who you are?
um, she will open a book real quick and just do like quickly draw out her mask. It looks like that. If you want me to make
Okay.
a painter's tools sketch check. I will.
I'm not worried. You can if you want, though, by all means. Well, is this a painting? Did you bring your painting supplies with you?
No, but I figured it'd be easy enough to get either a pen or a pencil or just something to sketch out some basic lines with.
Yeah, you're skilled enough that you can create the basic concept in a couple of seconds. It's fine.
Yeah,
So,
and she'll give a
the
basic
basic
design.
efficiency will do the job.
Black, black dress looks like this, skull mask, kind of like this. I'll have
Skull mask. Got it.
And a black dog with me. A black mechanical dog. You won't miss me.
Oh, I see. All right. Fair enough. Not trying to hide too much, are we? I don't know how many people show up with mechanical dogs. Well, non-Kenneth people, anyway. Anyway, thank you again for all your help, and here's to Kenneth West's success at the auction, or at least Kenneth East's failure.
If not one, then definitely the other. And she'll knock back a shot of espresso.
Yep, and he'll continue. At which point, yes, you go in and find definitely not Doran Kenneth, as you have already spoken with him. My apologies once more. I'm sorry. And you find Harlan de Dennis, who hands you the check, or hands you the bill of credit, and says, "It's going to be an exciting night."
Yeah, I think it is. I hope to see you.
Oh, you could expect. If I'm not there, call the guard.
Absolutely.
Make a perception check.
That'll be decent. Sorry, I gotta find my thingy. 14.
14, understood. He just nods at you, politely hands you over the bill of credit, moves on with his life, as do you, perhaps.
All right.
Hey, fantastic. Sweet. Who else has got stuff we need to do around before the final celebration? No. Oh,
this
okay.
This will be quick. Yeah, I just need to get to a tailor's and to a costume shop. And before I leave, I think of something and I ask Lois. Wait, Lois. Thought just occurred to me. If it's a masquerade ball, then how are we going to know who the guests are supposed to be?
I don't understand your...
I mean, when the time comes and we need to bring together the guests and go downstairs for the auction, how do we know what costume they're going to be in?
Adrian will appear from the shadows and say, "I've already got all their information on your guest list."
Okay.
You disappear back into the
That's
shadows.
my questions. I'll be gone then. Thanks a lot, Adrian, he says to the empty space.
Yeah. People look at you strangely. Why are you talking to the shadows?
It's Leon from...
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. I forget what the movie's called, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Here, have the phone.
Yeah. Have you got the message?
Yep. I'll be out of town right now.
Incredible.
The Professional.
The Professional. That's it. I love it. That's a good movie.
Bring everyone.
Okay.
Bring everyone. Yeah.
This will be quick. I'll just take Soren down, get some slacks together, and buy 2 quick costumes, I guess.
Understood. Yep, drop 15 gold, as this is not a costume contest, it's a very fine Masquerade. Yeah, fantastic.
And that's the same outing that's on Lois's to do, is for her and
Yeah,
Kira.
to make life very simple. If you have fine clothing, fantastic. If you don't, then it's 30 gold rather than the 15, and you guys can pick stuff up. It's all good.
And also whatever cost it is to throw together a costume and a mask or something like that.
Yep, again, 15 gold. 15 gold for an outfit. If you need to buy your defender one, that's another 15 gold.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that should be enough for me and him. Honestly, I can't think of anything else. I'll just head back to the hotel after Soren getting properly dressed up and everything.
Yeah,
Now,
and that's no problem. You know, yeah, if that's all. That's all good.
I think that's all. I'll just wait in my room for everybody else.
Fantastic. You all get dressed up. You all have prepared yourselves. It's time for the night of an auction. It's been some time since you've been to a ball. Too long, too long. Perhaps you need to go to more. But for now, we'll deal with Fjarlin and then see what adventures await you thereafter. But for now, you finally get to go out of town, show off a little bit, you know, have a good time. Hopefully, nothing goes awry. So you all load up into a big, beautiful carriage, as would be expected. Do you guys intend to go to the manor a little ahead of schedule, as the Baron had welcomed you to do so, like a little before dawn, to just kind of be there, or did you want to go, or excuse me, at dusk, or did you want to go at dusk as the party is taking shape?
Either one's good by me, I think. Maybe perhaps a bit early.
Ross probably would have liked to have gone early just after dealing with the bank stuff anyway.
Rowan would have liked to have been there early so she could be there to receive everyone and mark what people were wearing and such.
Understood.
And
Yep.
Lois and Kira, given our height, are going to be late.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because we aren't going to hide, and we already know what our contacts are going to be wearing. Because we had spooky Fairland spy guy who had the details. So yeah, we can show up late, and that'll be perfectly fine.
Absolutely. Hey, this decision might affect certain things. Who knows? Showing up early might be good or bad. More so than the showing up late might be good or bad. Who knows? Who knows? Fantastic. So, as a reminder, we've got Lois showing up late. Lois is last to the punch. We've got Rowan going in early. Who else is going in early? Okay, got it. Hold it. Oh, so pretty much everybody else. Everybody else is going early. So that's all. Excellent. All right. So, is this a verbal? Maybe. Fantastic. Let me just swing things around. On roll 20. This is slow. My ass is slow. Jesus. You come to the Baron's estate. Some of you are fashionably early, or unfashionably early, and arrive ahead of time, just to expedite certain things, so we can get to the thrills of the night. The four of you with your +1s show up in costume and good dress. You are first to see the Baron, who, will know who you all are, by the grace of having invited you to come in early. He will be polite, shake all of your hands, welcome you to take drinks and whatnot, ask you if you need anything. Does anybody need anything?
No, good Baron. I cannot think of anything that we may need. Good Lord Baron. If you aren't available, who might we speak to?
You might speak to me. I am not like some of these Ondarian peacocks who play at war but don't actually stand on the front lines with their men. If there is some matter you need attending to, this is my party, so please feel free to seek me out. You'll know me by my, well, crimson mask. We got to play into our reputations here and there, don't we? So, if you need anything, let me know. If you can't find me, any one of the Deneth defenders know what costumes you will have. And in broad strokes, understand that you're here on important business, but not know of the auction. If, well, some of your bidders haven't told them already. But that much I can't attest to. So, if you need me, find me or one of the defenders around.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. You'll go back to just like being a good host and looking around, keeping things going. You guys kind of mark the first visitors to the place. So, with your appearance here, dishes are beginning to go around, hors d'oeuvres, champagne flutes begin to be presented and sort of shown around. The Deneth defenders take their positions, and things truly begin, so to speak.
Okay.
And the first of the guests will begin to arrive. Is there anything the four of you would like to do before the majority of guests do indeed arrive?
I'll just map out. I'll just go over the floor plan again, and I was doing, looking at the map of the carriage, but also walking through where most of the guests will be for the night, and checking down below to make sure everything's ready.
Understood. You'll do a preliminary check, Viceroy Ludwig, keeping security tight. And as you do so, you will note that the stairs have been, they are illusory now. It seems to be a sort of, there's like a velvet rope closed off space with a number of like waiting tables about. It's pretty convincing. But as you wave your hand, well, actually, the velvet rope, I think, is going to be real. You touch the velvet rope and it's real. Step over the velvet rope and you kind of like tap with your foot to try and find the open floor. And your foot does sort of go past the floor as it is an illusion past the velvet rope.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna just make a quick check down there to make sure everything's ready. Like, nothing's out of line down there.
Head down, look about. Everything is as you've left it. The place is empty. There are no people down here to speak of any kind, except for two elves who are dressed darkly, and their faces are mostly covered except for their eyes. And they're two different elves. One is a male, one is a female, but their skin is entirely covered except for just that sort of eyes to forehead and hair.
Okay, good to know. I salute them and wish them best of luck tonight.
They will nod and say no more. They do not speak to you. They just nod respectfully.
Okay, I'd take a drink for me and Soren and pretend to hang around, but we're not actually drinking or eating much. We're just focusing.
That's just sipping. Yep, light sipping.
I'm not even sipping. Just.
Oh, Soren does. But it's like tiny. Like it's very much like it's show drinking. Like,
yeah, exactly.
If you're just not drinking, he'll even say that to you. He says, yes, not drinking is it's a bit of a tell.
Okay, I'll dump my glass outside a couple times.
All right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I am of the solid opinion that it should meet your lips every now and then.
I'll make it seem like that. I guess I'll coordinate with them. Like, okay, you stay here, try to keep an eye on place, wander around a bit, but same as I'll come back in around here and we'll meet up and just, if there's anything offline, just tell me.
Am I not supposed to be your +1 tonight.
I mean, you are just overthinking.
All right. I mean, I could do whatever you want. I work for you, so if you want me to meander around, I will.
For now, let's just stick together.
Okay. All right. What's our story with people we meet? How everybody?
It was like, well, we're veterans from the war. We served under we served under the war, the Crimson Butcher. We've been traveling around Corvair to see it in peacetime, and now we've come back, and we've just arrived back.
All right. Very well. You'll do most of the talking. I'm
Exactly.
keeping an eye out for trouble.
I'll keep most of the talking. Good luck, Soren.
You as well, Viceroy. And yeah, you guys all. Oh, do I not have my track doing a loop? No, I guess I don't. Hang on a second. Doop. Bring her back. Come on now. I'll deal with this. But in the meantime, yeah, the guests begin to flow in through the halls of the Baron's estate. A fine selection of individuals, all masked. Unlike some of the other balls who've attended, nobody introduces anybody at the door. There is no grand telling of titles and names and such, as this is a masquerade. A very unique setting to try and gain some level of clout, or to use your clout. As it is perhaps not in the best taste to not wear your mask during the masquerade or flaunt your identity. That doesn't mean that you can't be tasteful and subtle in showing off your appearance and maybe making people feel special that they got to see you, perhaps, who knows. But it'll be up to you how you wish to conduct yourself. And a unique and fun setting to try and make friends at, for sure. Guests begin to file in very quickly and pretty much all at once as you hit golden hour. Does about 100 guests arrive, and the hall fills intensely with candlelight and smoke, as people do, smoke inside, sort of medievally times kind of. A little mist begins to hang in the air, just gently, mingled with certain incenses, so the room doesn't dank of certain smokes. And many people in fine robes, flowing dresses. There is something, if not dark, this is a noble masquerade. And Karnath has a reputation for being very Prussian. That doesn't mean that the nobles don't, enjoy some eccentricities in such settings. But that isn't to say that there isn't something, maybe to those of you, you've all been in on Dare for a while, that looks everyone looks like a little traditional or a little stuffy. There isn't stylistic flair that wows and sounds and improves. Everything, though, is exceptional. There is definitely a dark, dare I say even Gothic, almost like Gothic Victorian a little bit, where everything is sort of muted, played down a little bit, though still eccentric. People begin to file in wearing many different types of masks. People on their arm, men and women, begin to dance with the band, and as you can hear, this is not like Ondarian music at all. It's a lot of long, low string-like musics. Maybe some wind work. It's an interesting ball. You would wonder if the Baron weren't a vampire for all his senses and styles, but this is Karnath. This is not the Baron alone. People meet, greet, and shake hands. House Thurani is very notably on the stage playing almost orchestrally long, slow musics on very fine Karnathi instruments. People do dance in the hall, so people make enjoyment of dancing with skilled House Fjarlan members, Thurani members, and everything seems to be going well. Yes, Lord Viceroy Holden de Leora.
All right, let me get in that first floor office, though.
That what, sorry?
The first floor office. There's an office.
We're going in already. Incredible. Absolutely. While things are filling up, you find your way to the foyer. You will notice that, as usual in the foyer, there are people sort of standing around the desk taking private invitation to those doors. To your sensibilities, Holden, there's no way you're getting through this door without a distraction, or some way that these attendees are not, looking generally. You'll need something to divert attention, undoubtedly.
That's fair. Actually, I believe for this particular room, we were told that we could use it if we pleased.
Yes.
So I think I'm literally for this one, I'm just going to attempt to walk in. Is it locked?
It is not locked. As you attempt to walk in, you open the door. You walk in just fine. You'll see. I think there would be a member of House Neat standing outside that door. I think that would make sense. And you approach, and he simply nods at you, and you enter with your +1, presumably.
Yep. Yes.
And yeah, you find these rooms, at least by the sounds of things, fairly empty.
Okay. There's supposed to be something of a safe or a lockbox in here somewhere. According
you're
to
gonna start just tearing through the place, looking for not turning it over, but looking through the place.
Yeah. I'm going to try to do it carefully. Yeah.
Okay, make me a investigation check to very carefully try and rob the Baron.
Investigation, you said?
Yes.
That will be a dirty 20.
Understood. Dirty 20. You find what you're looking for. You find what... Let me think here. Yeah, there's a number of bookshelves in here. You're beginning to very quickly understand that this is like an accounts room, kind of. Both of them, in fact, seem to be just for accounts and records and so on and so forth. And you do find in the cabinets that there is, along with a bunch of paperwork here and there, that in the cabinets of both offices, as I presume you're hunting through all of it, there is indeed a lead safe in both cabinets.
All right, this lead safe. Am I going to have to break the lock in order to open it, or am I able to? Yeah, can I try and pick it without breaking it?
Yes, absolutely. Give it a shot.
All right. So sleight of hand, right?
It would be dexterity plus proficiency. Do you have expertise in thieves' tools?
I have. Oh, that's a good question. I think I only have proficiency in thieves' tools. Hold on. Expertise. I do. Yeah.
Okay. You do have expertise. Fantastic. Then yeah, pick a dexterity skill that you have expertise in, and give me a roll, if that makes things simple for you.
Okay, yep, that'll work. All right. It's going to be a 22.
22. That is going to get you into this particular safe. Yes. You know the lock and you get through. You open it up and it seems to be dozens of sealed letters. There seems to be a strange crystal inside, very, very intentionally carved, perhaps magical. And lists, it's a lot of paperwork and stuff. There's no solid wealth in here.
Yep. Okay. The lists readable without breaking a seal?
There is. Let's see. There is one list that is not sealed. There is a scroll that is sealed, and then there's a number, and then there's dozens of letters that are sealed. So there is one list that is not, if you'd like to read it.
I would like to read that. And does a spell scroll look any different than any other type of scroll? Is a scroll just a scroll? It's indistinguishable until you open it up?
I'll say that like you can like peek through the edge of the scroll and then see like the magic to it. You can make me an Arcana check if you want to see if any of this is magical.
Okay. That's a 5.
That's a 5. You're cautious to touch. I'm simply going to say that this one's a little complicated. You're not sure. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep.
You're not sure if anything is here is magical.
All right. The crystal, does it look special in any way that I can tell?
Yeah, it looks very intentionally carved. It doesn't look like anything normal. If it's in a safe, you don't like. It doesn't look like a jewel. It's just like a solid crystal that's strangely shaped. It's not a piece of jewelry or anything.
Okay. Well, if I take anything, they're gonna know somebody was in here eventually when they open it up. So, I guess I will take everything.
You're just gonna empty the bowl?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Add to your inventory. Just add maybe in your other possessions. Ledger vault contents.
Okay. And then I will attempt to carefully close the safe back up so that it's not immediately apparent unless you get into the safe that it has been gotten into.
All right. Make me a Thieves' Tools check again. This will be a much lower DC because you got into it once.
Oh, yep. Yeah. 13?
Yeah, you lock it. No problem.
Okay. All right.
If you want to go into the second office and try and open that bad boy, go ahead.
Oh, there's one in there too? Cool.
Yeah, there's one in either office.
That's even better. Yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. Ooh, I don't like that. That was a natty 1, so I'm going to use inspiration.
You can borrow mine if you want.
Oh my god. An 8.
An 8. You're not getting into that.
I rolled a 1 and a 2. Okay.
Oh, all right. I will say because you can roll an out. Yeah, not moving. Let's not talk about it. Moving on. Yeah, you make it through. Soren's like looking around a little like, what the fuck are we doing? Like he's being chill, but he's like he knows that this is gonna look fucked up.
Yeah.
He goes, all right.
I will explain to him. So this man is somewhat of a warlord, and we've been tasked with trying to ascertain whatever information we can about the distribution and allocation of Karnathi military distribution. So I'm looking for Karnathi military information, secrets, that sort of thing.
Great. This is wonderful. This is really fantastic. I can only protect you from so many other defenders all at once, just as a reminder, Viceroy.
I understand that. We hopefully we should be long gone before anyone notices that these things are missing, and it will have happened during a party full of hundreds of people. There'll be no reason to suspect us specifically. All right, out we go then.
Okay, right. Yes, let's go. And you leave. He chills out. He plays it cool as you guys head out the door, and that'll be a cool little bit of contents to go through eventually.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Things are beginning to pop off. Lois, you'll be showing up very soon, but before you do, Cross, Ludwig, Leo, Rowan, is there anything that you guys want to do around the ball, around the party before anything else? You're muted there, Cross. Hang on, let's get Cross.
Cross would like to go up to the office.
You're going to the second floor office?
The one that we were like said was like for us to use.
He said you guys could use either the second floor office or the first floor offices.
Whichever one had the maps on the
second floor office. Yeah. You guys immediately like fucking rodents go through his entire home, start ripping shit off of walls. That's funny. All right, you make your way up to the third floor, which is largely empty. No, it's pretty much empty, I'm gonna say. Yeah, he'd be on the floor. So yeah, everything is empty in here. It's just like it looks like offices, and it is empty. There's those two maps on the wall. Yeah.
Are they still like have all the stuff on them?
The maps are still up with all the little flags, signifiers, and everything like that. The paperwork has been taken off of the desks. It's not just like loosely scattered around like it was when we were here last time.
I would like to. I guess this is like a. I'd like to take notes and mark down like where all the pins are and like just fully record the whole everything that's on there, if I can.
Absolutely. Do you have paper with you?
My inventory does contain a single scrap of parchment and calligrapher supplies.
Fantastic. You have calligrapher supplies too on top. Oh, perfect. Yeah, maybe a low DC cartographer's check. We'll call it. This is about memory and like knowledge of like where things are going. Let's call it like advantage with intelligence. Well, you're proficient in tools, so. Well, this is kind of about. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the best way to go about this. Okay, I'll say either a survival or investigation check is your choice. You have advantage because you're proficient.
Okay, investigation is then.
Cool.
And that is 19.
19. You take thorough notes of what is on these walls. You're good. You got them. Ladies and gentlemen,
we got it. I mean, we've seen if these are even accurate, if these were intended to act as a red herring, but all the same. And I leave and put down.
Understood. Bastion, or fuck me, it's not gonna be Bastion's shell. He just like crooks a smile, and like a bit of like that like. You know, he sees what you're doing. He likes it. He goes, for the cause, it will be good. And yeah, you make your way over there. You'll also be pleased to note that there is no information regarding like the Moorlands are like on the map, but there's no pins there or whatever. It seems like it's undiscovered territory.
Ooh. That's good. That's good.
Good. All right, fantastic. Ludwig, you had something you wanted to do?
He's just gonna try. Does he see Adrian here at all?
Make me a perception check to see if you can find him.
He'll probably find me, but just 11.
11. You look around. Don't seem to find him. I'll tell you what. Take advantage. We'll say that your bodyguard's helping you out. Keep an eye out.
10.
Struggling to find the guy. He's blended in very well, perhaps.
Remind me, Ryan, we agreed on what time the we should do the auction, right? As a group, we decided that, right?
Did
Yes.
we? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think. Okay,
11th bell.
11th bell.
11th
Okay,
bell.
We start the gathering at the 11th bell, and then once all of the principals are there, that was the plan.
Okay, cool. Cool. We have until 11th bell. He's going to relax, listen to some music, try to keep an eye out for like who's who and whatnot, and
You're gonna carouse a bit?
a wee bit. Within sight
right.
of like Soren and me of him.
Got it. 2, you're gonna go carousing. Finally, I made this whole masquerade for you guys. Let's see who you bump into.
And between Soren and me, I just say, if anyone asks, your name is Gunther, my name is Armin.
He says, what's my name?
Gunther.
Gunther? Are you serious?
Do you want to? Well, Masquerade, do you want to go all the way with it?
Well, I don't want to be Gunther. How about, like, I don't know. Something Carnathy at least.
Gunther's Carnathy?
It's not my kind of Carnathy.
He's like someone is like he's Carnathy the same way Austrian is also technically German.
Yeah, he'll say my name can be Asta.
Asta?
Sure. Why not?
Very well, Asta. Let's look around and carouse a little bit. And before the guests come in, I make it seem like I've drinks in my glass by pouring some into the potted plants.
Fair enough. Let's see. Roll me. Roll me a d20.
On d20? Okay, 15.
15. Tell you what, roll again. Keep rolling until you roll 13 or more.
Okay.
We got so many guys on this list. Okay,
13.
Hey, you approach this one individual who's like, I'm not gonna say wallflowering, but is certainly like, I don't know, seems a little unoccupied, which is the perfect opportunity to walk up to them. They're wearing a full-faced bone mask with blood veins etched in silver on their face. Or on their mask, no way. You approach and he says, good evening. A pleasure. The Crimson Butcher knows how to run a fine masquerade. I would not know him to have such a talent.
Feels like some people like to keep their talents hidden before revealing them at the proper moments.
Not very Carnathy sensibility. That sounds more Graylish to me.
Feels like the good warlord is a man of many talents.
It seems so. Who might you be?
It feels like and by the way, I imagine mine and Asa's, I believe, masks. Or what was that? Asta's masks are just a pair of wolf's masks. Mine's red, his is black. Keep it simple.
Fair enough.
And so you you may call me Armin.
Armin, I see. It is that was easier than I thought it would be. I struggled to get names out of people.
Feels like I decided to be kind to you. I decided to be kind to you.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 25.
25. That is very good. Well, I appreciate your kindness, I suppose. Well, how do you know the Baron?
Feels like I served in the war under him.
Really? Impressive.
She was like, "Well, how do you know the Baron? My my good skull-faced friend."
Yes. Well, the Baron is known to be a great supporter of Karnathi's sensibilities, and we are like-minded in this. We share many national values of worth.
Exactly. Exactly the military, I presume. And does he have a Karnathi accent that I can tell?
He does. He has a thick
Okay,
Karnathi accent.
sounds like a local. Okay, I'm going to take a wild guess and say the military.
You'd be wrong, actually. We hold similar religious values, actually. We are both very in tuned with the blessings and teachings of the Blood of Hope, actually.
Exactly. Awkward time. Awkward time for the blood with the renovations and the religious district.
Yes, it is a true shame that it can't make me help but think that the Karnathans, us as a nation, show ourselves to be a bit divisive. We use the blood of old until we don't need them anymore, and then cast them into the smaller temple down the road. What will happen if war breaks out again? Are we going to embrace them back with open arms? It isn't very backbone of the king, don't you think?
Feels like the thing about religion is it's about belief. It doesn't matter what others believe. It matters what you believe.
Yes.
Something doesn't stop
On the
being true.
contrary, has the blood of Vol's value to Karnath not been in those?
It's been incredibly valuable, and we're always thankful for it.
I hope the king is willing to look past the people's, the military's, in fact, sensibilities about military history and let their pride be gone in exchange for a strong one, a numerous one. We should not repeat the same mistakes as the last war.
It's like, oh, no, on that, you and I completely agree. You shouldn't make the same mistakes.
I mean, they pride themselves on a long military history here in Karnath, but is it not now part of our military history that when we were struggling to support an army, we embraced the blood of Vol to enhance the military and came out certainly better than other nations?
Because perhaps, and you get Ryan, you get the vibe from Ludwig that Ludwig's indulging him and letting this man rant, and like, I see, yes.
Yeah, you're kind of just letting.
He puts in like, I see what you mean. Sure, it's like.
Yeah, you kind of let him go. I understand. So while he's kind of chatting your ear off, we'll swing around. I think, Rowan, you were the last of our early four who had something they wished to do.
So, Rowan would like to find a place where she can sit quietly, watch people come in, and she's trying to identify as many people as she can from our group, like the patrons, but particularly Harlan Deneth and Darian Kenneth.
Understood. I'll tell you what. So would you want to like stand off to the side in the foyer and see who enters, basically?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. Okay.
Or is there like a bar or a setup where someone could be?
Yeah. Well, the foyer is where people like discreetly like give in their invitation, which then leads to the ballroom, in which yes, there is. It leads to the upstairs balcony. It leads to the gardens and the drinking and eating space. So, you if you're trying to look for like a choke point, you could stand in the dining or in the ballroom and watch them enter.
That is what she will do.
All right. So you sort of wallflower in the ballroom and kind of keep an eye on the doors.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So what do we got? Okay. Understood. Um, you will see the guests. Everybody seems to be identified. Everybody seems to trickle in. You'll notice everybody's outfit, their masks and whatnot. Are you? I'll tell you what. You don't have the keen. It's not too many people. It's like 5 or 6 people. It's fine. You see all of them. You identify their masks and outfits, and you, at a certain point in the evening, do note that everybody from the auction guest list has entered the dining, or excuse me, the ballroom.
So once I've actually marked everyone, and kind of knows that, she wants to send a message to Harlan Deneath.
Okay. You dangle at your ear. You tickle your earring.
Oh no, I'm just gonna use message because
Okay.
I have a cantrip.
Yeah, a little artificer device, something subtle, but not too subtle.
And what she's gonna say is, "Do I address you as Sentinel Marshal Denis? That's a mouthful. Maybe you call me Rowan and don't flinch when I say your name. Thoughts?"
You get a response and say, "Well, I wouldn't want to insult the nature of mystery this evening. If you wish to address me, then let us be strangers until we're out of company." Or feigning, pretending strangers, as most are.
Okay.
He does, and I will say, yeah, they want to look. They all arrive at +1s. All of them elven. Every single one of them has an elf on their arm, man or woman. They all are very nicely, finely dressed. Incredible. At which point, as you see the last trickle in, Loisana, you have arrived most fashionably late. Is there anything you'd like to do in this fashionably late appearance?
I'm going to have a very specific chit chat with Kira on the way there.
Understood.
And the chit chat is going to go as follows. We're going to go in. We'll do the arm in arm piece. We'll move in. We're going to move across the ballroom to the stairs going to the second floor.
To the second floor.
At the second floor, I'm going to deliver a package. Then we're going to go upstairs to the third floor. We're going to swap costumes, and you're going to come back to the ballroom.
Okay. All right. Are you with me?
No, I won't be.
Are you sure? I mean,
I'm quite sure that on the third floor of this building, surrounded by other defenders, I should be fine.
She will. No persuasion check required. She is. This is part of her job, is to do what you tell her, and she will nod uncomfortably and say, "That's what you like."
The package that I am dropping off on the second floor is I'm dropping Charlotte and telling Charlotte that's the warlord's bedroom. If he's going to have any private conversations with donors, that's likely where he's going to have it. Find a place, tucked in an upper corner of the room and park yourself there.
All right.
And
Understood.
then we're going to go on upstairs to the third floor. I'm going to find a spot on that third floor where I can sense transfer into Charlotte, and that once we swap costumes is where I'm going to set up.
Understood. Got it. You've arrived fashionably late. I want you to make me a performance check as you come through the hall doors.
Well, yep. That'll be a 3.
That'll be a 3. Got it. So you enter into the hall. You're a little short. You move a little quick. You don't. I'm gonna say you don't fumble or trip on yourself. Your defender's on your arm, and maybe there was a moment that she like catches you, but you guys are moving. You're a little short. You move a little quick to the door, and you enter the hall before anybody really notices. So unfortunately, it isn't as grand a presentation as perhaps you might have liked.
That's fine.
You make your way to the second floor. You easily deliver Charlotte. You make your way to the third, in which it is largely unwatched by. There would be a den of defender sort of guarding the third floor at the top of the stairs. And he just kind of nods at you, and you make your way in. And your defender will look at you a little worried, but will sort of salute and will change costumes into, what is she changing into? What have you got for her?
I've got it's a black dress with it's kind of think black warlock, frock coat, pants, and a a 3/4 mask that drops below the nose.
Ooh, cool. All right, she puts it on, and she gives you the salute, and she will lead you on the third floor. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. As we come to this point, I want to check in with some folks. So, I just want to see what people are up to before we move forward. So, Holden, what do you do? Where do you go next after the offices?
Yeah, well, I got the 2 offices on the first floor, right? There was another room on the second floor and a room on the third floor that I would like to at least scope out to see how enterable those are.
Okay. You're just gonna keep scoping for goodies.
Yeah, these are rooms that Lois Anna had specifically pointed out while we were on the tour. So I'm going to try to get into all 4 rooms if possible, if there's enough time and if it's not too much of a hassle to get into them.
Understood. Cross, what do you do?
I'm gonna go down into the main hall, where most people are gathered, and this might be hard to I imagine it'd be quite difficult trying to ascertain identities. I'm looking for anyone who gives even if they're in the mask, anyone who gives the impression that there's someone of importance in Karnathi military, if that makes sense. Either if they happen to be wearing any I don't know, military attire with their mask, or if they just seem to carry themselves as sort of military kind of dignity, I guess.
Yeah, I got you. I'll tell you what. This is less of a. I'll tell you what. You can choose what it is based on how you're looking. Do you want to look for someone who is? Do you want to look for them by their masks and try and interpret if they're military by their masks, or by the way they carry themselves and the way they behave?
Probably by the way they carry themselves and behave.
Okay, so let's do insight. So go ahead and make an insight check. See who here is military.
I'm using my inspiration.
Okay.
17.
Okay. You're going to get some pings, absolutely, on your military radar here. Okay. There is 2 individuals here that look to have like the sensibilities of military and the dress that signifies like clout, like decent clout. You get this. You see some people who are military in stance, but by dress are like, okay, they're not as wealthy, which means they're not as important.
Okay.
There's two people here where you're like, okay, these guys.
Out of the 2, who looks, I guess, most similar in build to Coronith Irkutvatch?
It's a Coronith here. Who's that?
You might have to revisit my little intrigue thing you gave me to refresh your memory.
Okay, understood. Yeah, let me go. Thank you for the hint. I'll go take a quick peek. I see where you want to go with this. I see. I'm gonna roll for it. Let the dice decide.
Okay.
They could be, but you're not convinced either of them are by height and stature and way of moving. They don't ring a bell for you, unfortunately.
Fair enough. I'll still approach one of them.
Okay, I'll tell you what they're wearing for masks, and you can decide. One is wearing a bronze raven skull, and the other is wearing a leather stitched with actual beast fangs.
Let's go with the metal sounds more fun. Yeah, bronze raven skull. Let's do that.
Okay. Okay, you walk up to the individual. You walk up to the individual and is moving about and carousing and turns to you. And he will say, well, Matt, but how is your evening going?
Well, evening's going very fine. Thank you for asking, although almost feels strange given recent seems too peaceful given the skirmish that occurred not long ago.
Yes. It seems that we might have an opportunity to test Karnath once more, perhaps, against an old enemy.
I'm almost curious, isn't it? Is it almost a relief for things to get going again?
We will have to see what the king says, but the king's decision. But this is the gossips and rumors spreading around are stain on Carnathion, wouldn't you say?
Perhaps, although, for my opinion, I feel this era, this period of peace has been nothing but a sham. Everyone has been throwing pot shots at each other for too long.
Then you see the true measure of the world. If I might say, I hold a prophecy, a prediction of what is to come. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, wow, I would love to hear.
All of Corvair is preparing itself. Our breaths are held. It's a sort of, it feels like a tense calm before a storm. But with everything that happened down south to Syri, can't help but wonder if the war's going to pick up again soon, but perhaps it's more of a Cold War than a true war. A more subtle one, so whoever blasted that nation to damnation, they don't really know who to point their finger at.
I'm sure everyone has their ideas of who or what destroyed Syria.
Mark my words. Humans, elves, all of us of the Five Nations, we are. Everyone's holding their breath. And you can only hold your breath so long before coming up for air. Sooner or later, the levee will break. Someone will begin to test to see how far they can push things one way or another. I think it is inevitable that war returns to Corvair, even if it's a quiet war.
I'm just curious to know how Carnath will approach such a thing. Will they too engage in quiet warfare, or will it be fire and brimstone?
I think it'll be quiet. Everyone is scared of whoever destroyed Cybery. Who's to say they don't destroy the rest of Corvair later? It felt like a warning shot to all of Corvair. If you begin war again, we will destroy you. So nobody wants to be the first to take the move, lest they be destroyed. Maybe someone will try and make it look like someone else is starting as a war. That would be clever.
A new kind of war, then. One fought in the shadows.
A quiet war, and I have to say, all these dragon-locked houses, they're all excited to test their inventions, especially House Cannith with their little civil war going on. All of them trying to build finer machines than the other. Eventually they're going to want to sell us those machines. I hear Merrick's hasn't come out of his workshop in months. He's cooking up something in there, and the world wants to see what's coming. But, well, we in Carnath, we have our loyalties to Carnath East, and I hear that something's been cooked up there as well.
I heard. Yeah, this is just rumor that Kenneth East had eyes on the Warforged once again.
I hear that Merrick's, as always, being his enthusiasm, rumor has it that yes, his enthusiasm is steered towards the Warforged. But as I've said, Kenneth East, it is they understand the values of Carnath, and it is their inventions that have they will take us far, I think. Zorlin has always been faithful to Carnath's sensibilities. It would do well if he became the new Baron of his house. Well for Carnath.
How exciting. I'm always, well, lately I found myself also interested in Kenneth's craftsmanship and innovations.
We always are. Where would Corvair be? Perhaps all of Eberron be without the inventions of House Cannith. And I am sure they will create something diabolical yet.
Still in this possible Cold War that's to come, I almost wonder how that will shape the technology of the future. Weapons that are just as quiet as the war they fought in.
Be an interesting challenge for House Cannith to design weaponry and invention that is meant for a quieter, more elegant sort of fighting. For all of Carnath, really, we are great warriors, not great spies. It does become this sort of quiet war. Well, that's not what Karnathic celebrates. But who knows? Much like in the last war, perhaps Kenneth will develop something exceptional that will put Karnath ahead of everyone else. Just like they did for Siri.
Well, I'd best, meaning to, speak with many guests tonight, so I shan't disturb you longer, but you're most insightful, good sir.
I see. You do not have any, you've been left hanging a bit. You don't have any opinions yourself about the future of our great continent?
I think you are right that a quiet Cold War is to come, but I also would like to say that you are in some ways right. You can't hold your breath forever. You can't play at innocence for too long. Eventually, someone's mask is going to slip, and all that silence, all that ice is going to melt. Will another nation be wiped off of the face of the continent? Who's to say? But the shot will be fired, and then it'll all start up again. The last war will not be the last war.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. That's a natural one.
Oh,
9.
no. I will say, in this moment, he's sort of giving you his opinions. He goes, blah, 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 blah. You kind of put it in a more, violent, maybe you kind of let slip the satisfaction in your voice, where you're like, I'll start again. The fire will erupt. And you see that you kind of he was talking in rumor and opinion and gossip and interesting conversation for like mine. And then he kind of hears the relishment in your voice and it's, and there's this quiet that knows you sent a chill down his spine. He goes, it's indeed, it is good to see you here. My opinions are confirmed. Excuse me, sir. And he'll part from your company. Yeah, Shell kind of looks at you, and he kind of gives you a very subtle nod. That's yeah, it's coming.
Perhaps
Perhaps someday soon.
I was thinking so far ahead in the future. I was getting visions of a world far greater than the one we're in now.
It will be glorious. It will be by his hand. He says, oh so quietly. A little wrapped up across this thing. Ludwig and Rowan, what were you guys doing after your initial interactions?
Well, since Denise blew me off, I guess I'm just going to wait for the thing.
Oh, sure. Okay. And you would know that he's, just to be very clear, well, I'll tell you what, make me a history or insight check.
No. That's a 9.
Fair enough. Okay, understood. You just kind of hang out. Ludwig, what about you? What are you doing after your initial? Oh, you're just carousing. You're making.
For now, I'm gonna also check around as more people are pouring in. I'm going to do a quick circuit around the party to make sure, under the guise of getting a drink, and to make sure that all of the guests are here, and I can look at okay, here's where this person is, and this is where this person is, and here's where all guests are.
Got it. Yeah. Rowan's wallflowering. Ludwig, you're keeping an eye out, holding his of Steelen, and we're going to come to all your interactions. But why don't we go to a break before we start kicking into the other stuff that's coming?
Other stuff. Yay.
Other stuff.
Like that from doing like a pretty insightful prediction of the future to just, and I can't wait for the world to burn.
It can never be just a simple party, can it, here? So, what do we think? So, Eric, what do you think's going to happen?
I don't know. That's part of the fun.
Guess we'll find out. I'll be back.
I'm very excited. Very excited for you guys.
You have something terrible planned for us, don't you?
Whatever do you mean?
The whole building blows up.
Yeah, that's it. Building blows up. You're all dead. That's it. You can catch it.
The entire gala turns on us and just starts stabbing us.
Just yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. We go downstairs and the whole thing blows up.
Red wedding
Everyone
style.
just catches on fire and just dies. Nath, I gotta say, like, there's gonna be a very interesting conversation in the future between Cross and the rest of the group. The way things are going.
We're sort of hoping that either how do I put this? That I'm hoping that something will happen or like things will develop in a way where Cross's, I don't know, faith is kind of starts to fall apart, or alternatively that like I keep this going for as long as possible and that the eventual discovery is like biblical.
Mm-hmm. I hear you, Ryan. You're not fooling anyone.
I don't need to be fooled.
Alright. Well, I think we ought to get back to it. There's lots to do, little enough time to do it. I'll turn on the other music, so that's too hard. Too hard. We're gonna start with Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden.
Yeah.
My oh my. We're gonna start with you. I just need to check something so quick before I start with you. I'm actually just gonna I'm gonna ask you a bit of a weird question. Do you have somewhere you write down all your identities?
Yes.
Is in your character sheet?
It's in my character sheet. It's under the notes or background or something. Hold on, I'll look for it and find it. Notes under allies.
Got it.
It's at the top. Known to.
Oh, okay. Understood. All right, let's kick it off. So, Mr. Holden, you're gonna go snooping.
Yeah. So I want to try to get into those other two rooms. If it's possible to get in the rooms without causing a ruckus. If it's, obviously I'll have to like assess the situation. If it's going to be, I don't want to like fight a guard or anything like that. So.
Yeah, I get you. Tell you what, I'm gonna ask 2 checks from you. Make me a stealth check to do this shuttling.
Dang, man, I cannot roll. I'm going to use my inspiration from my title.
Aha, okay.
There we go, cool. That's better. 24.
24. Okay, you are sleuth. You are stealth. Saroth says, I'll watch the door. And he'll just kind of stand outside. This is the Baron's room, by the way. This is the Baron's bedroom. Make me a thieves' tools check to get in the Baron's bedroom.
Yep. Oh, for Pete's sake. Oh my goodness. 10.
10?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
little low, my friend. You got anything to put on that?
Nope, I did it already. I rolled another natty one before that. I got
Oh my god.
yeah, I got no good rolls coming out right now.
I'll tell you what. Okay, you're working on the door, and you're struggling. It doesn't work out. And then, like, as you take your lockpick tools out of the door, you hear it unlock from the other side.
Huh. Okay. Probably broke it. All right. What's inside?
You open the door, you slip inside, stealth as could be, and you see two figures. One, you see you don't know who it is, but you see like a nude man asleep on the bed, like chest down, and clothes scattered across the room. Sitting next to the fireplace, however, you see an individual wearing breeches and boots and is holding like a bottle of wine, resting it on his folded knee over his knee. But he's not wearing a shirt, and he is like snow white pale and snow white skin, or excuse me, hair, no pupils, and dark black circles around his eyes. And he looks at you with like an excited smile. And he says, Mr. Alton Posey, I've been meaning to meet you.
Oh, do I recognize this person?
No, you do not know.
Oh, hello there. I'm not sure I've made your acquaintance before.
No, we haven't met, but you intrigue me, and so here I am. For the time being, just let's call me Mr. Shadow. Despite
Mr.
the
Shadow.
appearances. I mean, like sort of directs to his pale white skin.
Okay. Well, um, it's nice to meet you, I suppose, Mr. Shadow. Um, I didn't mean to intrude. I hope I'm not interrupting anything terribly important. It looks like your partner has had their fill.
Yes, he's definitely had his fill. Fear not, he's alive, just too much to drink. You will not hear our conversation, because there may have been something else in the line. Nothing too much to be worried about. But I want to tell you a little story of my last couple of years. You see, there I was, out in the Mazar Principalities, having heard the name Alton Posey roll around, and just nothing big, rolling around here and there. And a couple of people sort of commented when they saw a copy of the Kronberg Chronicle with your face on it with a different name. And more than that, the very next issue had you with a new dragon mark. And I thought to myself, now this is a man I want to meet.
It's
a pleasure to meet you, Viceroy Holden Deliora.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. And it's a pleasure to run into someone who spent some time in the principalities. I do appreciate the information. I'll keep that in mind the next time I'm out that direction.
I could do better than that. Let's call that a taster. I'm in the information business. I don't have anything to confirm it, but something just tickles the back of my brain that says maybe you're into that kind of thing, or at least have the capital to perhaps indulge in a couple of secrets. If you'd be so kind to indulge me, I'm happy to trade in golden information myself, and I need to crack that egg that is your brain. Not in a violent sort of way, completely diplomatic kind of approach.
Sure. Well, let me see if I can secure the door here. Sarath, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, we'll say Sarath is like standing outside, being very nonchalant near the door.
Yeah. Well, now that I know you know at least that much about me, I'll tell you what I'm doing in here. I was in here. I heard that there was a safe somewhere in this room, and I've come in to see what information I can extract from that safe.
I was right. I knew it. I knew it. It takes one to know. By all means, I will sit stand here. He'll just sort of point to a nearby armoire.
All right. Well, let's see what we can find out together. Perhaps there's something for each of us, or something that we can share. And I'll make my way over to the safe and try to have at it.
Go for it.
That's a little bit better. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. That will unlock the safe. Within, you are going to find some stuff. Let's see what that stuff is. Okay. 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 You find the following. You find a strange-looking mask. It is a mask that very much looks sort of like a dark skull, and you'll notice that the inside of the mask seems to be leathery. It's very odd mask, and it's not like something from the Masquerade. It's something full face covering. It's odd. It's odd and it's arcane in nature. Clearly.
Okay. All right. What else we got?
I will say there is 5 of them in a line. They're all slightly different, but they're all skulls. Some of them have little sprays of blood on them, but they're like on a shelf. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost in like a display kind of thing. There seems to be like a leather-bound writing book of some kind. Yeah. There is a withered white rose and a sketch of a young boy.
Huh. I'll take it. I'll take all of that.
Right.
Is there anything?
Sorry.
Is there anything here you're interested in?
No. I'm not here for things. I'm here for you.
Okay. Well, I do have one more room to get to, and you're welcome to accompany me, perhaps even help. But in the meantime, perhaps you could let me know what it is that I can help you with.
Oh, no. That's where you're wrong. Well, I would love to know what you're doing, for one. But I've learned some things that might help you.
Oh,
I'd be willing to trade information for information.
Okay, what information can I that you would like?
Let's see. I shall tell you what. I think I have 3 pieces of information of varying value. And you may choose for yourself which one you would like to make a deal for first. The one of high priority, the one of medium priority, and the third of low priority. Obviously, the higher the priority, the more expense. But
sure.
I guarantee you this. The high priority one has something to do with... Well, I expect it might have something to do with what you're doing here tonight. It would be incredibly interesting to you. I wouldn't recommend leaving this room without it, in fact.
I too have some information that has to do with what I'm doing here tonight. So, perhaps that's a valid trade.
Let us hear what you have to say, and I will trade what I think is appropriate.
Okay. I can tell you that, well, I'm assuming you do know what we're doing here tonight. Is that correct?
Not at all.
We are here tonight to sell the information on the whereabouts of Kara Irvath, who is known to have created the explosion on board the Golden Dragon.
I see. Who you summoned?
I'm sorry? Who have we summoned?
Selling it. Who you summoned?
Yes, let's see. There is a representative here from House Deneath, one from House Lyrandar, of course, one from the Eyes of Ondair, and multiple from the various factions of House Kenneth.
I see. And if I may, one last. How did you come upon said information?
I can tell you that this information originally, it's not being presented by them tonight, but I can tell you that it was originally acquired by the Blood of Vol.
I see. And that's who you got it from?
I'm sorry?
And that's who you got it from?
That's not who I got it from. We received it through a second party that has taken it from them.
He looks both ways. Is it perhaps your new benefactors?
It perhaps
secret to the known world.
It perhaps could be, and who I'm not sure you're not in league with.
No. I am a bit of a freelancer. Well, mostly a freelancer. I assure you, I am not linked to anybody here tonight. No. My loyalties are far more broad. But you have shared a great deal with me. Do you prefer Alton or Holden?
I prefer Holden here, just in case we're ever hurt.
Of course, very well. Well, I am very appreciative, Viceroy, of your openness about your being here tonight. And I think it is worth sharing then in relevance something that has to do very well tonight. Now, I make good on learning certain pieces of information in certain ways, and I happened to be coming upon... Well, I knew you were going to be here, I'll be honest. And I wanted to know everything I could. I knew House Thurani would be entertaining, and people don't tend to look at the servants and performers, so I tend to try and look as far as I can. And I noticed something very interesting in the House Thurani books. There was a number of names for hire for this evening, all accounted for on the dance floor downstairs, except for one that wasn't listed with a name, but a title. Now, that could mean anything, but if I may, it seems that there is one person from House Thurani here tonight that is here for a purpose that seems to be unaccounted for. And if you know what I imagine I know, House Thurani isn't only in the entertainment business.
Very interesting indeed. Do we know what the title was?
Oh, that's such a good question. Because, the title was, it was some nonsense. It was called Creature.
Creature.
I expect a code name.
I see. And
really, their identity was not meant to be listed.
Do you have the ability to match up the or the knowledge to match up the identities with the members of House Ryan that you've seen here. Do you know who the code name belongs to individually?
I know each House Ryan member on that floor was accounted for on that list. I spoke to each one, got their names. Not this creature person.
Oh, this person I see is not on the floor. Interesting.
No, the creature is not on the floor, at least in no way that I have been able to detect, at least not as an entertainer. Now, what this means for your mission, possibly very damning, possibly nothing at all.
That would certainly make things exciting. I'm almost eager to find out how this plays out.
I mean, House Fjarland doing information trading on House Duran turf. Dangerous business the Baron's gotten into.
Yes, well, as an upstart house, we're trying to make somewhat of a name for ourselves. I think each individually as well as a group. We did expect a little turbulence along the way, and I assume that we will still see that. The idea is to work around it, as it were. We'll see how it plays out.
I wish you the best of luck. A fair trade, I hope you feel it was.
Absolutely. I will, I'm going to share this information in the most appropriate ways with the members of my group so that they know that we have an unplanned visitor amongst us.
Absolutely. Well, if you feel yourself in a rush, by no means feel you need to count this conversation short. I know where you're staying, and perhaps I could pay you a visit.
I should get moving. I do have to be back before the 11th bell. It was very nice to meet you. I have no doubt that I will see you again. It seems like we might run in some of the same circles, and I can't imagine that this meeting hasn't been fortuitous enough for the both of us that it wouldn't benefit us to meet again at some point.
I will be very interesting to watch the Korrenberg Chronicle to see who miraculously figures out the troubling case of the Golden Dragon attack. It'll be most interesting to know the context.
I wouldn't hold your breath on that just yet. I think it's a bit further down the road. We'll see what happens. I would more watch out for the name Kara Irvath. I think that might be a more immediate story worth watching.
Yes, I fully intend to. It has been an honor meeting you. Nice
to meet you as well.
I'll see you on the floor, even if you don't see me.
Absolutely. It was nice meeting you. And I will make my way out and gather Sarath.
Okay. You slip out the door. Sarath just kind of says, good.
All right. I'm going up to the 3rd floor. I think Liz is up there, but disguised. Or Lois is up there, but disguised, so I wouldn't recognize her. Is that right?
Well, she's in the costume, but how many gnomes are there, really?
Right.
2.
Yeah.
All right.
So you bump the door, I guess you're aware.
Yeah. Lois?
Yeah.
He pulls his mask up. It's Holden. I have some interesting. First of all,
I saw your friend.
Good. That's right.
Clever.
Fantastic. So, you know that we have a visitor.
I do indeed.
And you know that I've been up to the good work that you set me to, which I'm about to conclude in just a few moments.
I am anticipating that the Baron may have some other conversations, and he may avail himself of his privacy when he does so.
I will note
Absolutely.
The person on the bed was not the Baron. The
Right.
naked man on the bed was not the Baron. If that's irrelevant.
I kind of assumed it would not be. Okay. All right, I'll make my way to the third floor room. Same deal, stealth first.
Okay. Well, it's only Lois there, so unless you care about Lois
Oh,
seeing you.
she's the only one
And
out there? Okay, no, I don't. That's good because I only rolled an 11 anyway. All right, so I'm gonna try to get into that room as well.
Make me a thieves tools check.
Oh, there we go. Much better. That is a big 25.
25. Okay, so that's going to definitely work. There are two doors to go through, and neither one directly leads to where Lois pointed the other day. Do you want to go to the door to the right? The door to the right or door to the left? Your choice.
Left.
Left. Okay, you go into the left. You find yourself in another room full of desks and, you know, it, it's just like a giant multi-boardroom. You imagine what the inside of a newspaper might look like. And at the back of the room, there are two giant metal doors at the back, similar to what was on the armory on the other side of those doors.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go for those doors as well, I guess.
Good luck. The dice be in your favor.
Oh, 12.
This door was not meant to be opened easily, my friend. And unfortunately, not you. Not you tonight, unfortunately.
Fair enough. All right, I'll come back out and report to Lois. Okay, there were a couple things that I couldn't get into easily. Obviously, I didn't want to make any cause any permanent damage aside from obtaining a few things. So I've only got through about half of what you pointed out to me, but I think some of it's still worth looking at.
okay, do you want me to take a shot at it? I can
Oh, sure,
try.
absolutely. Absolutely. This door here is open if you want to try through the next set. You're going to want to go to the left.
Okay, hold on just a quick second. And she's gonna reach out and she's gonna place the palm of her hand across Holden's forehead. And she's gonna borrow knowledge for sleight of hand.
Ooh, all right. All right. Yeah,
He already has
thieves.
proficiency with thieves' tools, so.
Okay, we'll call it. You now possess expertise with thieves' tools. So make me as that's how it works, I believe, for knowledge, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll me a double proficiency dex check.
Uh, 11, 15, 16.
16. You work hard at that door, but man, this must have been installed by Kandaric because this is this lock is
That's a tricky one.
Bastard.
That's all I got for you. I have another method, but I don't have the resources available to make that happen at the moment.
Sure. Well, we don't want to cause too much of a ruckus anyway. Perhaps when they do figure out that some minor things are missing, it'll come as some consolation to them that this room hasn't been open.
Okay.
All right. I suppose we should go tell the others that we're expecting a little uninvited company.
I would appreciate it if you would pass that around. I have some more eaves to drop until that 11th bell hits.
Absolutely. Do your thing. And I will go find the others and whisper to them. Yeah, I guess if I can, right? I can whisper privately, right?
Yeah.
There's an unaccounted for guest from House Thurani here, going by the code name the Creature. Creature, right? Yeah.
Yep. Creature, whatever you want.
After hearing that, is that all you want to do, Holden? Okay.
Yep, I'm good. You're up.
Okay. I'm gonna try to make another. Ryan, can Soren and I make another effort to try to find where Adrian might be?
In fact, yes. As you're like, this guy's still talking at you, and he's like, I read that it goes against philosophy of the. And at this point, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and the individual will look across and be like, sorry, good sir, but I will have to steal this one away. I hear he's of someone I would like to know. So, have yourself a pleasant evening. He goes, this is really unusual, and he kind of pulls you away. You'll notice him by his sort of grayish skin, the white hair. He's also wearing a mask that has like it has like 5 snakes up top and like 1 snake like that on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. That's a wonderful mask, if I might say, my good friend.
Got to represent. He winks at you.
Exactly. Is this after Holden told me?
What was that? Oh, yeah, I assume so.
Okay. Well, I inform him of what Holden has told me. He is apparently learned from some source of his, a friend of his here, apparently, that someone from House Thorani named the Creatures, while looking around, I think off the guest list. Is that correct, Ryan? Off the guest list?
It was basically like an employment ledger inside of House Thorani for the event tonight.
But isn't on the Warlords list.
No, it's not on the Warlords. The creature. This is the first time any of you have ever seen or heard the name.
The creatures on the employment list, but can't be found. Like he's not present among the guests, like among the staff at the moment.
Correct.
Do we think this is a spy for extra security, or?
It's well known that House Frialin excels in spying and espionage, and Iran excels in assassination. But that doesn't mean that they're beyond such craft themselves. It's a security risk. We could have an infiltrator.
Anything to be on that lookout for?
I suppose an elf with the mark of the shadow who isn't one of ours. And isn't one of the entertainers, of course.
If only.
But this source says that they account for everyone. Can we trust this source?
I'm willing to trust Holden that he trusts this source. I don't think he would have brought it to me if he didn't believe it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I am going to double check with all of my agents that are present, all the shadows present. Take a look around, see if you can find them. See if you can spot this creature.
Any idea what race they might be? Elf?
They'd be an elf. House Thorani.
House Thorani.
You're looking for an elf? Probably, well, most elves are athletically built. But we're looking for an elf with the mark of shadow, who isn't Fionn and isn't an entertainer of Fionn. Probably disguised. Not incapable of that. It's going to be tricky.
I'll have to find. I'll make sure the others know as well keeping an eye out.
Yes, please tell the rest of House Leora about this. This is a potentially dangerous breach. I will begin searching through my shadows immediately.
We may have to. I'll speak with them. Perhaps move up the auction, but I don't know. We'll find out.
And he'll gesture to you and say, make sure to tell everyone not to spook the bidders, just in case.
Not to them, of course not.
Yeah, we don't want them to think there could be anything wrong at all.
Okay.
It might shake their confidence in Fjarlin or even attending the auction.
Okay, got it. I'm going to go.
whisk away into the ballroom.
As I go meet up with Soren, we're gonna keep an eye out while we go inform, make sure Cross and Leo and Rowan are informed of this.
Okay.
Do I notice anything?
To make life easy, dust your hands and all. Feel free. We'll just say that information was all passed along. There may be a Thurani infiltrator of some kind somewhere, and just to be careful not to speak the bitters. Well, not really. You look around, and I mean, there's a context here where the Arlen is here and they shouldn't be, and naturally they're covering up their own marks. Otherwise, Hell's Thurani will spot them and be like, "Who the fuck is that?" And then, so the only marks that you guys can clearly see are the marks on the entertainers. Naturally, House Fjarlin has covered them up, so we're in a bit of an interesting bind here.
I'm going to try and find. Can I count how many elves I can make out?
In the entire party?
At least within the room I'm standing in, the ballroom, I suppose.
It's many. It'll take a time. Make me a perception check.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's many people to account for and judge the sharpness of their ears.
18.
18? All right, we'll come back to you as you're kind of standing in the ballroom and trying to account for every single potential dancer. There's like 100 people here, so it'll take a minute. So we're going to circle to whoever else has anything to do as Ludwig kind of begins to count elves. Is there anything anyone else would like to do?
I do need one small piece of clarification.
Yeah.
Was the body on the bed breathing?
Yes, it seemed to be.
Okay.
Yes. If slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one little tiny thing that wasn't completely clear.
Fair enough. Yeah, nobody checked on that. But yes, you notice that it's breathing. It does. The man looks like he's breathing slowly and he's a little pale, but yeah, he's breathing. And you would notice that this Mr. Shadow, whoever he is, like puts his clothes back on, and like you'll see him like shift his form and his outfit to appear as someone else. We'll see that his mask looks like it looks like the sweeping of white feathers that is red tipped along the side as he exits the room and enters back into the ballroom. It seems that he's wearing a ship of some kind. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Other than that, I'm just continuing to monitor via Charlotte until we get to Bell 11.
Understood. Is there anybody else who has stuff they'd like to do in the wake of this information, or anything else they want to do before Bell 11? You're going to be looking around.
Okay.
So I'll come back to you. Nothing for Cross, Rowan, or Holden? Nope. Okay, that's fine. Ludwig, you wanted to... Well, we'll tell you the result. You roll 18. There is 10 Thurani entertainers that you are able to track. And after that, there are some dice here. Oh, no, wrong. Incorrect. So there are 10 Thurani entertainers and 12 elves on the dance floor, and you'll note 6 of them are on the arms of your bidders. You're muted. You're still muted. If you're talking, you're muted, Ludwig. It's all good.
Wait, so 6 of the elves in there, like there are 10 Thorny dancers, 12 elves overall, but 6 of them are on the arms of the bidders.
Correct.
And these are the official Thrani dancers, correct?
No, these are just elves. The Thralley dancers, the 10 of them, or performers. There's 10 of them scattered around. There are 6 additional elves on the arms of each of your bidders and are like carousing with them and following them around. There's like one other that's wallflowering a bit. And then there is how many was it? Oh, that's it. And then there's an additional 5 mingled amongst the bar. And I'll count for Adrian that one. So you see Adrian wandering around as well.
Okay, I'm gonna try to meet up with Cross and Rowan if I see either of them.
Yep, easily found.
Okay, I relay to them like, okay, well here's what I found. Ryan? What time is it?
I'm gonna say it's 10th bell.
10 of?
Yep, 10th bell. It was an hour before the auction.
And I informed them what I found. Like, okay, 6 of them on the arms of the guests. I'm somewhat concerned about that. Do you want to call? Do you want to start the auction now and get it over with, or just keep waiting till 11th?
Respectfully, that's not a call you can make. This thing goes off at the 11th bell.
Just wanted to raise the idea of it.
That's not a call you can make.
I'm not the one making. I'm just asking.
I think that's a call we can make. So
that's not a. I don't think. I think whoever is here is trying to be subtle, and we would be better off not to tip our hands by doing something super unexpected. We're going to be doing what we're doing under the cover of the whole thing, right? Well, that whole bidding hasn't started yet. So we can't really do what we're doing until the rest of the auction has started. Or we would really draw attention to ourselves. Does that make sense?
I suppose, but still.
Look,
our job is to be quiet, blend in, and then quietly leave when the time is right. Anything else is just inviting suspicion. So calm down, enjoy the next hour, and relax.
All right, fine. Just stay. Let's just try to stay inside of somebody else. If you're all in made of protection, but we don't. Oh, and me and Soren will try and mingle a little bit, keep an eye on like the guests, and like try to listen to like what are some of the elves with the auctioneers are saying, what their conversations like, without it making it seem like we're listening.
Some of the auctioneers said.
Yeah. You said 6 of them have elves on their arms, so I'm trying to
try and go and eavesdrop to the best of your ability.
Yeah, eavesdrop basically.
Understood. Okay. Make me a stealth check.
Okay. 16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check. So. 16? Sorry? You said 16?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Now I'll have you make me a perception check. And that will decide what you find out.
Okay. 19.
19. Okay. You... 19. You listen. Let's see. What do you hear? Sira Ir Valia of the Eyes of Ondare is very quiet. It's just kind of like attended to by her elf, who just kind of sits kind of boredly with them, like at a table. They're not really speaking. They're just kind of waiting, really, looking around, keeping an eye on the party itself. Let's see. You'll see Harlan is dancing with his elf, and it's hard to pick up what they're saying as they're dancing. We get to Melisara of House Lyrandar. She's kind of flirting with her elf, and he seems to be amenable to it, seems to be indulgent of that. Bellion de Kenneth of House Kenneth East, the guy we don't like. He's very politely mingling, making conversation, shaking hands. The elf at his side just kind of politely attends him as he discusses, things with potentially important individuals here and there about, talking broadly about Karnath and the Blood of Vol versus the Sovereign Host. And he seems to prefer, there's a debate about, like, the Sovereign Host being the new national religion, and he seems to support it. There is Kenneth West with Dorian DeCanis. What's he up to? He's looking a little nervous. He's kind of like nervously like looking around the ball. He's like having a drink, and his elf is like handing him a drink, and they're kind of talking mildly with one another, but Dorian's eyes sort of scan the party nervously. And lastly, you see you have to go out into the backyard, basically, to find him. As he's like taking a break, Zorlin Thrash. He's kind of taking a break from everything, just kind of hanging out. He's kind of waved off his elf recently, like basically like leave me alone. And he's like smoking. He's just kind of like chilling outside a little bit for now. It's a little wobbly. Maybe he's had something to drink, a little too much maybe. That's what you get.
Okay, do I see any similarities between all the elves? Beyond them being elves?
Make me a... You're looking at like their features. Maybe like an investigation check. Yeah, investigation check.
Okay, 17.
Yeah, there is, in most of them, there is a similarity of, I guess, like, bone structure, like, in the face. Like, they might have, like, kind of similarly shaped eyes in some of them. Some of them might have, like, similarly long, what was the total you rolled?
17.
17? They look like some of them could be related, possibly, but others don't. It's hard to tell. It's a bit of a wash. Like, you don't think that there's like brothers and sisters running around here. It's also kind of hard to tell regardless, but they're elves. It's hard to tell.
Could I tell like any idea of a dragon mark on any of them?
You find no sign of that.
Okay, none that I could see at least. Okay.
At this point, if there's nothing else from Lois, Cross, Rowan, or Holden, there is the bell. Ding! It rings 11 times. The party continues. And very slowly, I'll say for especially Rowan, who's kind of just keeping an eye on things off the side. You notice very slowly people start to begin to head towards the stairwell, seemingly led by their elf, who's on the wall. You'll see Melisara is first led, and then 5-10 minutes later, Denise. 5-10 minutes later, slowly, very carefully, very staggered. They're all led towards that stairwell. And I guess my question is, does anybody want to head there immediately, or what's the deal with you guys as far as it goes? But you do see the bidders are beginning to be led there by the elves on their own.
Ross will wait like 10 minutes just after the final guest has been sent through.
Okay. You're just going to hold up the rear guard. No problem. Anybody else?
Lois is going to go as soon as she hears that 11th bell. Before she goes downstairs, she's going to cast Detect Invisibility.
Okay. Understood.
And I'm going to be specifically looking for hanging sensors.
Understood. Anybody else? I just want to know what the itinerary is before I start saying stuff. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go shortly after I see Lois Anna go.
Understood. So you kind of just stay up there with Lois and then you kind of follow after shortly after.
Yep.
Rowan?
I think if she's clocking that there's about 10 minutes in between, then I think maybe after the second person goes up, she'll wait like 5 minutes and go up herself.
Got it. So it sounds like Lois is going to be first, and then Holden and Rowan will kind of show up at the same time 5 minutes later. Cool.
Yeah.
Cross is going to take up the rear guard, and Ludwig, when do you arrive to the auction?
As I mentally remembered where everybody was, I go closer to keep an look on the doorway to the room we're using, and I'm making sure everyone goes in there, and I'm keeping track in my head. Okay, Rowan's going down, then Cross, then the other people. 10 minutes, and I'm keeping an eye out, and I'm having Soren stand on the other side of the room to keep another eye, but we're both on eyes watch of each other.
Understood. Okay, you guys are going to keep a close eye.
Standing guards, it's in a certain way.
So I'll start with the first thing. Lois, you will see, as you're the first person down, you're going to see two elven men, kind of leaned up in the corner next to the velvet rope, making out basically. And as they the one turns around, you'll notice that it's you, and you'll see it's Adrian, and he'll just kind of they'll just kind of stop. This is very much like a show, to a reason to stand here and keep guard, and kind of gives you a gesture of the head and nod to you're good. You make your way through the velvet rope and down the stairs and so
at the doorway. Yep. I'm gonna take a small length of silver wire, and I'm gonna describe the space for the alarm spell. I'm going to include all of us, Adrian, and all of the bidders as people who can pass the alarm without tripping it. And
Understood.
It'll be a silent alarm and ping just me.
Understood. How fast are you casting this spell?
I have spell slots available, so it'll be the one action cast.
Beautiful. So you just kind of snap your finger, your dragon mark will glow, and you set this alarm.
Excellent. And then I'm just going to walk into the bidding room, and I'm going to specifically be looking for those sensor devices.
Yeah, keeping an eye out for sensor devices. You haven't seen any as of yet. As you enter down below, yeah, they're still good. You see that there's 2 Yarlin shadows on standby downstairs, which is good news. Everything seems good so far. You are shortly followed by. I admit I don't remember the order. I think it was Milsar who was first. You will then see. You were at that meeting, so yes, you will see and recognize the form and shape of Melisara and her outfit, along with a male elf at her side. They will enter downstairs. See you kind of walk by the shadows. The shadows will kind of nod, and Melisara will see you, being the first one down there, and say, "Good to see you again, Lady Levis." She just said, "Good to see you again, Levis." That's all she said.
Likewise. Sorry, I'm distracted. Just keeping an eye open.
Fair enough. And she'll kind of enter into the space and just kind of begin to mill about, maybe lounge somewhere. Shortly thereafter, followed by Holden and Rowan. Holden, you're going to come down the stairs. Rowan, you're going to go through the door. You're both going to see 2 gentlemen making out. They kind of spot you 2 and kind of give you like a quick, like go, 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 like subtle go, go, go. And if you guys make your way past the velvet rope, you will descend into the basement with ease and courage.
All right. Melisara, so good to see you.
Who did you say that to?
Melisara.
Oh, yes, you walk in and see Melisara. She'll sort of raise her glass to you, and she'll say, "It's a fine auction that you've put together, Viceroy."
The greatest of luck. I hope you leave here perfectly content this evening.
That would be most fortunate. And she'll kind of give you a knowing wink, as it's just there's not too many people down here to give it away. Rowan, you walk in as well. Shortly thereafter, I believe it was said, House Dennis. You guys will see the Marshal walk in. He'll give you a very polite, almost like humorous, sort of like humorously respectful bow to you, Rowan, excuse me.
Oh, and I'll drop into the full Monty curtsy. Like, you want to play? Cool, let's play.
Yeah, you do the full thing. He kind of laughs and immediately sort of like takes that and will speak to you, and he'll say, "I admit, I was a little disappointed not to see you on the dance floor. I didn't think you the wallflower type."
Yeah. Surprised, I know. But I enjoyed watching the people, and I wanted to make sure that everyone was having a good time.
Just doing your job. Remember that.
At the end of the day, it's not exactly a social affair.
For the full name. But hopefully I'll be lucky enough for a dance perhaps after the meet is successful.
I would enjoy that. Actually, above the table, is his elf still with him, or is he by himself?
The elf kind of... She's there, but she's kind of like... She's kind of drifted off to talk to some of the other elves.
Oh, good.
I also want you to make me another deception check, and yeah, what's your maybe just
A deception check?
deception?
Okay. Because the one earlier was...
It was
Not-
also a deception check.
Oh, shit. Then it was a 16, not a 14.
Okay,
I
it's all good.
thought you said something else. This will, however, be better than that. Deception. Because I am good at that. All right, that is a 19.
Very nice. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, so I apologize about the, that. I don't know what I thought you said, but I added a +2 instead of a +5.
No problem at all.
So,
No, you're all good. No worries at all. Yeah, he said, hopefully I'll get a dance after to be successful. And you said, hope you're successful as well. You want to just continue to kind of like banter a little bit while we wait for the other auctioneer or bidders?
absolutely. In fact, if she's got the opportunity, she'll stay on his arm if he'll allow it.
Yeah, you'll happily take you on his arm and like you guys can get some drinks together. Lyrander's over in that corner and he's kind of in this corner over here. You get the sense that the elves are kind of like they kind of dropped their fjarl. they're talking amongst themselves, not looking panicked, but looking down to business. Next follows who I don't remember the order exactly. We'll say Lady Sira Irvalia arrives. She will give a polite hello to you as well, Holden.
Hello.
And she will walk, because it sounds like you're talking to Lyrandar, so she will just walk right past and not meet eyes with Milasana. And then Kenneth East, then Kenneth West. They immediately murder each other, they stab each other in the cheek. And they, no, actually, they will make polite conversation off in the corner. The two of them kind of begin to speak politely as two rivals might at a social event. And last but not least, Zorland the Thrashk in all of his stature arrives as well. And then following shortly after would be a combination of Ludwig, Cross, and Adrian would follow you two as well, along with, of course, your bodyguards.
Cross will cast enhance ability on himself as he enters.
Charisma! Okay. Charisma. Adrian will kind of put his hands on your shoulders as you guys kind of walk and says, "We all good to go? Everything's in order?"
I privately say to Adrian, do you not want one or two of us upstairs to make sure nobody barges down here? Or...
Well, that is what my shadows are for.
Yeah, sure. I trust your confidence. I'll keep an eye on the doorway to make sure no one else comes down.
There's no need.
Please just... Well...
The door is alarmed.
I know.
Anybody who's not a member of this entourage will be announced.
Okay.
Adrian will clap a hand on Ludwig and says, Can't blame a head of security for being extra diligent, can we?
No, I'm just letting him know that it's not an absolute necessity to stand by the door and glower.
Yeah, I understand. Let's get this over with.
But if you like glower, then that's fine.
True.
Your choice.
He and Sorn will stand somewhat close to the door to keep there and sharing watches between, the auction and the doorway.
Yeah, and the other defenders of the party sort of stand at the door as it's like, okay, you guys are going to your board meeting. We're going to stand out here and drink coffee and shoot the shit. Save, of course, Shell, who will not leave Cross's side for some reason. Adrian will say to you, Ludwig, he says, "There's quite a few Level supporters up there, more than I admit. It makes me comfortable, so
any reason to be concerned? I spoke with one earlier tonight.
Well, we can always go into hypotheticals. I mean, let's say that Level somehow found out about this auction and they decide to barge in place and share the information, ruin the whole auction. So yes, there's always that possibility, but as far as we know, Level knows nothing about this auction. But we also don't know if they do. But we have to assume they don't.
Yeah. They have no reason to find out about the auction.
None that we know about, so let's proceed before anything can happen.
Okay.
Occam's razor and all of that.
Oh, yes. Alright.
He will look at you, Cross, and says, "Whenever you're ready, auctioneer," and look at the rest of you and say, "Is there anything you need from me or Fionn for this truly cut the ribbon on this?" Then we will likely stand to the side, be ready for your words, Viceroy Cross.
Cross will sort of move into the center of the room.
Can't wait to outbid myself.
Attention, everyone, esteemed guests. If you could all make your way over here, take a seat, or in any other way make yourselves comfortable, the auction will begin shortly.
All of them do. The elves stay sort of... I think their accompanying elves will go with them. And you'll see they'll all begin to wrap copper wire around their fingers. And any of you who possess the message cantrip would know that this is the material component for said spell. So you would know that they're kind of like maybe prepared to like talk on their behalf. And subtly, of course. And they all take a seat, all surrounding in sort of different sections. Everybody's in view of one another. Cross, you are sort of at the head, the most prominent. Oh boy, guys, I'm a little nervous about bidding against myself. Okay. Let's do this.
Yep. I hope you all have had an enjoyable evening so far. I am Ambassador Viceroy Cross de Leora, and I will be your auctioneer for tonight's event. Before we move forward, I would like to confirm with my colleagues that all guests present have paid their entry fee. Viceroy Loisana.
Yes.
Viceroy Ludwig. He's silenced.
He says yes.
Yes.
Despite the silence spell, he says yes.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Viceroy Rowan.
Yes.
Viceroy Holden.
Paid in full.
Very well. Tonight there is only one item to be sold. Dare I say the most sought after item in all of Corvair at this very moment. The location of Kara Irvath, suspected perpetrator of the Golden Dragon attack. I am sure it is not lost on those present how valuable this information is. And I'm certain that the future of Corvair will be determined by whoever emerges victorious from this auction. To bid, simply raise your hand. We'll open at 500 gold pieces. Who among you would like to get us started?
Okay. Before, I guess I begin.
I have a question.
Yes, Rowan?
I'm just above the table. I'm just wanting to make sure the bidders are at the table, but we're not at the table with them. We're behind them in the room with them.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Yarlin, yourselves are backed up. There's like essentially like these 4 columns that pour water, or several columns. There's 2, 4, 6, 8. There's about 8 columns that pour water to a central pool, and each bidder is standing between one of the columns with their elven companion at the side, sort of like, kind of like the bidders, the auctioneer's assistant for all intents and purposes. That's how they're serving us. Now,
cool. Rowan just needs to be in a place where she can see her two people.
Yeah, you can, and anyone can easily position themselves to see probably everybody. Maybe there's a little scooting to look around a pillar, but for the most part, you're able to see everybody. You guys can take different positions around the room if you wish. Yeah. I want to pose an option to you guys before I start bidding. Against myself, I suppose. There's two ways we can go about this. One, we continue the session, and I play out how the bid goes. Option two is that you all play the bidders. And we would have to end the session a little early because obviously, like, there needs to be some prep and background information, context, maybe things behind the scenes your characters don't know. But I would select a bidder for each of you and send you contextual information about potential alliances that you keep to yourselves as secret as you'll be bidding against each other. And then obviously, like, I would probably play bidder. Cross, you could play a bidder. Like, you're the auctioneer, but like,
yeah,
I'm just doing the, those are the options. There's 6 people at the table. I'm more than happy to play 2. Could be a fun option, but more than happy to, like, whatever you guys want to do is what we'll do. So we can continue at the auction, me playing all the bidders, or you guys could try and outbid each other.
I vote for just letting see where the dice roll and just letting Ryan do his thing. I want to see this thing tonight.
Okay. Who else?
I actually want to play a bidder.
Okay.
But you're not gonna. Are you gonna be here next week?
Oh, that's right. I won't be here next week.
Yeah, right. So let's.
Thank you. You're right. I won't be.
Yeah. Let's
right,
get this
I won't be here
done.
for the next. I won't be here for the next 2 weeks. By the way.
2 weeks.
So I won't vote. You guys do what you want to do.
Fair enough. Rowan Crosslos.
I'm intrigued by the idea, but the timing is such that I wouldn't want to do it and not have Aaron be here for it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I have both the same opinion.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, I don't like. I actually love the idea of the bidders, but not when he's been so close with Lyrandar. Like, that, it would just feel weird.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was going to pose the option ahead of time, but the logistics of trying to hand you guys contextual information and everything before all of the dice had been cast, if you know what I mean, it was a little like it was too wild cardy. But yeah, now that we're here, okay, so allow us to get started then.
Let's go.
Okay.
Can you turn the music down? It's killing me.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's giving me more anxiety than I should.
All right, fantastic. I'm just gonna do the quickest reviews here to make sure I've got all my bidding information savvy. Okay. Ooh, shit. Okay. Just want to make sure all my ducks are in a row. So I'm just, this is going to be a whole thing, and I want to just make sure everything is going to be as precise as it can.
You're getting ready for assassins to burst out of the walls and kill us all.
No. you're going up front at least.
No, they're going to rise up out of the water. Let's be real.
Yeah, good idea. As you guys are sitting, and last but not least will be. Okay, I think I've got everything where it needs to be. Okay. That will be. Okay, beautiful. So, I'm going to just kind of skip us to a certain point here because the bidding is going to suddenly start going up quick. You're like, 500. Hand goes up, hand goes up, hand goes up. It's just like a torrent at first.
1,500, 2,000.
Yeah, pretty much. As just like a fun thing, Cross, why don't we... I want you to roll me a performance check to see, like, if you can do the fast talk and see if you can, like, keep up with all the hands being rose.
That's natural 20, baby.
You guys, Cross just goes... He like turns a knob on his neck and it's like, do I have a thing over here? And then we have a thing over there. Okay, that's gonna be 5,000. And just it's just fucking. You guys are like, whoa! Cross is usually such a slow, cool guy, but let's let him go. Yeah, Cross, well done. So things very quickly escalate, and eyes start to go a little wide. At the point, you guys easily find your way to 20,000 gold pieces. Like, within 30 seconds, these guys are at 30,000 gold pieces. Hands are going up, flying up. We hit 3,000 gold pieces, or excuse me, 30,000 gold pieces. We hit 40,000 gold pieces.
Lord, clearance to even more.
50,000 gold pieces. It's at around 50,000 gold pieces that you're going to start to see.
Some people bow out.
No one's bowing out. But I'll tell you what. Passive insights. I want to know passive insights. You can get a. Cross is a little busy. I'm afraid I'm going to exempt you, Cross, because you're like there's a torrent of hands and things to keep track of.
Yep.
18.
Got 18 there. Okay. Who else?
13.
12.
13.
Got it. 13, 12. Yeah. Let's do it. Hold and run. Okay. You guys are watching. Ludwig, you're getting the best sense of like where the nervousness begins. The first sort of, it's difficult with masks too, but around the 50K mark, you start to see a representative of the Eyes of Ondair starting to look a little nervous at the amount of coin on the bid table. The Rashk hasn't bet anything yet. Has just sort of like folded his leg and sat there and just watched. His elf is like talking to him, and he like kind of leaves it off. He might just be waiting until things kind of start to slow down and start going in at that point. But he's just kind of sat almost apathetically at the whole thing as it's going. So that's 50K. Where would you go from 50K, Cross? What's the next bid up?
55,000. Anyone?
Let's see. Oh, shit. My bad. No. No. You guys are very happy today. Yeah, easy hand goes up, 55.
Who from?
A number of hands shoot up. We'll say the first one up is House Kenneth, West.
Yeah. 55 and Kenneth West. Do I hear 60?
Hand goes up from Lyranda.
65 Lyranda. Oh. But 60 Lyranda and Evo 65.
Hand goes up from Kenneth East.
65 from Kenneth East. Do I hear 70?
Let's see whose hand's going up at this point. Eyes of Ondair.
70 from the Royal Court of Ondair. Do I hear 75?
House Deneth.
House Deneth, 75. 80.
80. let's see who's starting to slow down a little bit here. I'll tell you what. We're gonna make life easy. You hit Denise is like 100K. Once you get there, like at 100K, Denise puts his hand up.
100,000 gold pieces from House Denise. Do I hear 105 from anyone?
105. Lyrander.
Cross is quiet for a moment. That's some trepidation. So, let's see if we can make this entertaining as deserving of our patron. Do we hear 120?
You hear Kenneth East puts their hand up.
120 from Kenneth East. 150.
Kenneth West puts their hand up.
200.
Rowan, it's at this point, the auction's still going, but it's at this point where you get a message from one of the elves, as you're kind of like the apparently like inside scoop person. You hear Denise wants a backer, or is willing to back.
Kenneth West.
There's a pause in which more hands go up, cross.
Yeah.
Where are we at on the bid?
Hell, if the hands are still going up at this point. 250.
Oh, fuck. Okay,
Nice.
hold up. Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
By the blood. Wow.
By the blood. I'm gonna double check something here because we're getting into those scary numbers, scary good numbers, but sure.
Yeah, scary big numbers.
Fion's having a wonderful night.
Okay. Gonna pop those guys out. Ooh, no, I take it back. Okay. Sorry, you said 250.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Okay. You get a message back, Rowan. Denise wants to know if they'll back Denise. If West will back Denise. There it is.
If I can arrange this, they owe me a favor. And she'll talk to Kenneth West.
Okay. You hit up Kenneth West, who has just put up their hand again. So we're past 250.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll set up.
Ooh,
and I'll say,
actually, no. I'm terribly sorry. No, I apologize. No, Kenneth, you get a mess. You're about to hit Kenneth West, and they message you, and yeah, they put their hand up. How much was that for, Cross?
250,000.
Got it. They put their hand up. West puts their hand up. Where's the next marker?
Has like the gap between like bids started to kind of like between hands going up become quite?
No, this is still.
Or is it
I'm
still
slowing
like really
down.
fast? You're slowing
I'm
down,
slowing down, but it's still going pretty rapid. Like not
Okay.
as much as before. Before it was like people were just doing this, but it's slowing down. It's like mid. Like people are still putting their hand up.
Yeah. Given that there's even just a small slowdown, I'll put it down to. I'll do 275.
275. I'll tell you what. That goes back and forth for a minute until you hit 300,000.
Got it.
And at 300,000, that's when West puts their hand up. And what would be the next one for you?
325.
325. That is when oh shit, messages are just hitting you all of a sudden, Rowan. Once we hit the 325 mark, sorry for a little scattered. It's a lot. You get hit with like, yeah, Kenneth West is looking for someone at 325. So House Deneth and House Kenneth are both looking for someone. How do you handle
that? Who contacted her first? Deneth contacted her first. Is that correct?
Correct.
Cool. Then when Kenneth contacts her, she's going to say, Deneth will offer an alliance. The question is who?
We'll back Kenneth.
What do you have to offer them to back them versus them backing you? But yes, you have an alliance. It's just who takes it.
Okay.
They would owe you one hell of a favor. They need.
I will say, Rowan, things are going quick.
Okay.
They need this. Okay, yeah. That's what I was like. Okay, you got to put pressure on someone because they're going to stalemate. Like I want to beat it, and they're going to lose it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. So you say like they really want it. What can you offer them? Is that what you say?
Basically, they will owe you the biggest favor, like the kind of favor that they did with the Queen. What do you have?
Make a persuasion check. Or actually, I'll tell you what. I'm going to make the... Okay. No, you make the persuasion. The person who's going to be your voice box is going to give an advantage, essentially. The Fjarlin person. I should do this in reverse, but it's more fun.
It's going to be 22.
22? If it continues a bit, and that's when you get a message back saying that, that's trouble. Canada East wants it so bad. What did you roll? Or West wants it so bad. What did you say? What did you roll?
22.
You get a message back saying, Kenneth West is deciding. They're not certain. They want the win. They want it back. If you can get Deneth to back them, that would be more valuable.
What are they offering for that?
You gotta wait, and then they basically say like they can't promise anything here and now. They're just a bidder, but they can open conversation about it.
She'll take it back to Deneth.
Okay, take it back to Deneth. I'm going to circle back to the bid. So that was 325. What was the next bid for you?
350.
Getting 350. Tharash finally puts their hands up and says, we'll pay in dragon shards, 350. Which is, by the way, very clear, easy across the table. Holy fuck. I'll tell you what, anyone roll an Arcana check. Anyone roll an Arcana check in this moment if you're interested what that kind of means in that moment.
10.
21.
21.
2. I mean, it'll be like a 5 or something, but no.
Yeah. So Ludwig, you know what a dragon shard is? They're basically like magical space rocks, basically. Cross, you understand the relevance of this. Everyone's been assuming Tharashk is the underdog, and forgot to consider that they dig up probably the most valuable raw resource in Eberron. And if they can pay in dragon shards, that's capital.
There's like a distinct pause from Cross there.
And there's a distinct pause from the rest of the bidders, where it's like, and the rest of you around the circle are like, what just happened? And suddenly people are sweating a little bit.
350,000 in dragon shards. Do I hear 400,000?
This is fun. Rowan, do you bring it to Denise?
Yes, she would have said that. She would have given it to Denise, and said they're not ready. They're ready for an alliance. They are not ready to back you yet. They don't know what to offer you in this moment.
And this is House Kenneth.
Kenneth, okay. West, and Denise.
I want you to make me a straight persuasion check. It would be disadvantaged, but your speaker is going to help you out. And that's not your fault. It's just because the off.
It's a 19 on the dice, so persuasion, I believe, is going to be a +5.
Very nice.
24.
24. A lot of factors coming into play here, especially when it's called out dragon shards. There's like, you send the message over there, and he's like, in dragon shards. There's this like breath of applause, and then you get you suddenly get a message that says, Denise will back Kenneth West, so long as Thrash doesn't win.
She sends the message to Kenneth West.
You send the message.
Will back you. Go.
Kenneth West puts their hand up. It's for 400,000.
I never imagined these numbers. Holy shit.
I did not envision this.
This is what happens when you have dragon houses financially backing other dragon houses.
425.
Okay, I gotta keep track of my alliances here, because they're all about to start to crack into play here. So Denise and is backing. Oops, let's redo that. Kenneth is backing Kenneth West.
West.
Yeah. West.
West, not east.
I know. In my brain I get it right, but I always say it wrong. Yes, West. Specifically West. Okay, this is a fun one. Ludwig. It's at this point, as we hit the 400k mark. What comes after 400k? There.
425.
425?
Yeah.
Eyes von der put their hand up.
I want to say that, like, before the Dragon Size mission, Cross was like super just totally in his element, not worried at all. Dragon Charles mentioned there is like the mist pouring out of his face.
Okay.
425 from the Royal Court of Ondere. Do I hear 450?
Okay. This is where things come into play. East kind of like sits back and looks across the room and kind of looks at Thrash and like shakes his head very subtly, and Thrash sort of like gives him like a nod, and a grin curls across East's face, and he puts his hand up, and he will bid until Eyes of Ondere sort of like sit back and kind of do one of these, and until when you hit the 500,000 mark, the 500,000 mark, that's when Eyes of Ondere kind of like and East is outbid to, or at least it looks like it, but there's things in play. So I'm ready. Hang on a second. So East made it to 300, got rid of Eyes of Ondere, in which you'll see as people look around. Well, actually, at that point, then you will see. What was it?
Something about me?
No. It's so East is outbid. West looks like very disappointed, and like looks over at Eyes of Ondere, and it's just like down to them now at this point. It just seems to be like we're getting into a hard alliance, but kind of like looks over at them. And they kind of like Lyrander looks over at Eyes of Ondere, and Eyes of Ondere kind of like does like one of this, like what? And East is like I hope I'm getting this all right. Yeah, sponsor kind of quest. So Eyes ofOnder. Yeah. Lyrandar sitting back up. Eyes of Onder. So Lyrandar looks over at Eyes of Onder and gives her like the nod, and Eyes of Onder kind of like slowly nods, and then shit just starts popping off continually. So what happens after the half-mil mark? They're like slowing down, and a couple of people nodded around the room, and suddenly like three houses, the Eyes of Onder.
I'll continue with the 25,000 increments then, so 525.
Okay, back to 525. I gotta check how much capital they have at the end of the day. Okay, we're gonna get to our success in a moment here. I need to do some quick math to figure out who's got the most capital. Just gonna come back to that. That is East has. Yes. And last is. That's what Evergreen's got. Is. So they start bidding. 525. Kenneth East puts up their hand.
550.
Kenneth West puts up their hand and kind of like rubs their head, a little disappointed.
575.
575. At this point, as you're getting all the messages, Rowan, you hear from Kenneth West. You see Deneth and West look like disappointed, and you get the sense that they're done. They ran out of capital. Yeah. So then it's just between Kenneth East backed by Tharash, the Eyes of Onder backed by Lyrandar, and that's just going to be. They start duking it out. So I'll tell you what. As they start bidding to the potential end of their yes, Ron, go ahead.
We'll ask West if they want to back Lyrandar, and we'll ask Deneth the same.
Deneth the same to back Lyrandar. Lyrandar isn't bidding anymore. You mean the
Eyes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let me think about that. So who did you hit up for this? You hit up both of them to see, like, do you want to help out the Eyes? Okay. Kenneth West. Deneth, it says no. They're done. They're all done.
Fair. That's fair.
But Kenneth West says, like, oh yeah.
I'd like to do something when you can see Rowan having these conversations, and you can see the Deneth representatives shake their head.
Yeah,
I'd like to utilize the mark and calm emotions on the Deneth representative.
Okay. You see, yeah, he's definitely agitated, and he says like no, and then like he kind of chills a little bit, but doesn't seem to change his decision, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Okay. Deneth is done. Kenneth West says, like, let's see where this goes, basically. So they keep going. So I'm just going to accelerate us to at least the 600K mark.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. We'll say it's 600K. We'll say Kenneth East has it. Okay, what's the next mark?
615.
You hit 615. This is expensive. 615. You see that there's like hand motions going on between Lyrander and the eyes, getting the sense that they're getting towards the end of their fatigue here, where they're like are we really going to pay this much money for this? You know what I mean? But they do. 615. Eyes of Ondair puts the money up. You feel the resolve of the Eyes of Ondair being they're like looking at each other, and they're like kind of doing this. What's the next one you say?
620. I'm noticing like there's a significant side.
620. 620. Kenneth East happily puts their hand up. You will see like there's like a glower from Kenneth West in the direction of Kenneth East. And we'll see what happens with that. Do you want to cast in heightened emotions, Lois, or something on the guy?
I mean, is it like clear as me as auctioneer to see that it's now just down to like two people, like the two factions?
It's down to East and the Eyes of Ondair. They're like it's clear to everyone now. They both have backers, and the Eyes of Ondair is like they're losing momentum. They're like, this is a lot of money.
Seems we've come down to a showdown. Royal Court of Ondair and Kenneth East.
How
badly?
Lyrander. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Just how badly do you want Kara Iveth?
She's an expensive rod. It seems like. Looks over at the Eyes of Ondair. Lyrander, more than the Eyes of Ondair, is like starting to do this. Like at this point, like does it matter? Like we can't buy it. Like we need to save phase. They're like not sure.
Well,
you get a Rowan. You'll get a message from Kenneth West that says do it.
She'll send the message to the east, or to the Eyes of Ondair. To the Eyes of Ondair. To the Eyes of Ondair, and say,
Yeah.
Kenneth West would like to offer you assistance in this moment. Be sure you'll make it worth their while on the back end.
Yeah, Kenneth East is looking pretty happy with themselves. The Eyes of Ondair are like talking to their representative. Lyrander is like their elves are messaging you. They're doing tactics.
Can I say the part of it just as the auctioneer?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Props.
Just imagine Ondair bringing the head of the assassin who tried to slay your queen. The price of such a glorious moment could not possibly be named here now. And I look over at Kenneth East, and to gain the prestige of claiming Kara for House Kenneth, why your faction would practically have won the seat of the entire house.
There's a message. Absolutely. There's a message from. You can see like the elves at the circle are like just messaging each other directly at this point, just to like cut out the middleman, hurry this up, because like we're right down to it, and Kenneth is like looking pretty happy with themselves. There's a moment where they're like they're all like nodding around in a circle. Nice. Eyes of Ondair stands up and says, 1 million gold like this.
Man, is it like this or like this?
It doesn't matter.
And there's like a
million.
Around House Garland shadows are just like
Adrian's having good time. Like, and we thought 30 grand was good.
I'm gonna cast Calm Emotion on myself.
Yeah, you guys were like, oh, we'll start at like 500. I was like,
visible like flickering in like across his like eye.
Yeah, these guys got cap. These are the richest people ever. They got love. Please go ahead. 1 million.
one, 1 million from the Royal Court of Ondair. I dare say, at this point, it's not really up to me to decide what increments we rise. I look to kind of these then. Any higher than 1 million gold pieces.
Kenneth East, he looks like there was like his face, all the color went out of his face, and they said 1 million. And he like looks over to Thrash. And Thrash is like, he does that to him, like giving him. He's like, Kenneth East kind of like looks up at you, Cross, and very reluctantly he's like,
The location of Caer Iveth for the price of 1 million gold pieces. Go in once. Go in twice.
Kenneth East is looking around for a fucking safety line, but nobody's throwing it.
Nobody likes him.
Sold to the Royal Court of Ondair.
Eyes of Ondair, there's like an applause around the room from the Fjarland Shadows. Lyrandar walks over, firmly shakes her hand, shakes who is it? Who is our
Melisara,
Lady Syra, who looks like she's like, what the fuck just she looks like bewildered. She's like, what
I just spent $1 million gold dragons. Oh my god.
Yeah, pretty much. She's like, I just million gold dragons. She's like in a daze. Our Melisara goes over and shakes her hand, and they smile. She like invites Dorian over. Dorian's like, he doesn't look too pleased because like that's a lot of money just to walk out a feast. But like he goes over and he's like, well done. And like Melisara sort of like pats his back and he's like, oh, like good job. And like Thrash just like Deneth applauds very like, good sportsmanship. Kenneth East is like rubbing his temples. Yeah, he's like, oh, how did this happen? And Thrash just kind of sitting. He like takes a drink and he just like found this all very amusing. He doesn't even seem that angry about it. He's just like, that was crazy. Like he's like, I'm just happy to be here. That was incredible. Pretty much. And as the bid is successful, please go ahead.
Cross will say, and with that, our auction comes to a close. Ondair, our patron who does not like to be named, will be in contact with you shortly to arrange the providing of information and the exchange of the 1 million gold pieces. And to all of you, we thank you for your patronage, and it is the pleasure of House Leora to have served you tonight.
There is an applause for House Leora from everyone who's present. Even the reluctant and in shambles Kenneth East. They all do an applause for House Leora, Fjarland as well. Is there a mention of House Fjarland?
I mean, I said our patron does not like to be named because...
Right. My apologies. You'll see Adrian comes up behind the three individuals, and he starts to begin to speak lowly at them, which is probably just like, where would you like us to meet you? Like, just like logistics and whatever. And they all begin to nod.
In an armored building owned by House Kondrak.
Yeah. We were like a palace built by House Kondrak. They all basically like nod about something. Eyes of Ondair gets final say because it's theirs at the end of the day. And you know what? We'll exit. I'll tell you what. Is there anything to be done left here at the Baron's Manor? Is there any auctioneers you want to speak to after this? Just so I know what to do with next session.
As he's filing out and going back upstairs, I pat the Kenneth East Carnathi man on the back and say, "Did the best you could. Nothing to be ashamed of."
He kind of kind of bats your arm wings. I know there's nothing to be ashamed of. Thank you for implying that there is. And he kind of stands up and stomps off.
As soon as he's out of sight, I start showing. He said it, not me.
Someone's like, I don't know. Kind of in fact, explicitly said.
I said there's nothing to be ashamed of. He said that there was. But either way,
Ludwig, Viceroy Ludwig, you are a master of passive aggression.
Thank you, Soren.
With that, the auction closes. 1 million gold dragons is to be transferred to Fjarlund at an undisclosed location obtained by Adrian.
I'll
I'm
just
gonna make one final roll for something here. You all, what's going on, Ludwig?
I'll just speak with Adrian and says, "Is that all?"
Goes, well, I think we probably perhaps should have a drink like the King's Grace, but other than that, I will facilitate the information transfer.
I hope to see you at the King's Grace. I'd love to talk more.
Yep, I'll be back a little later tonight. I have a winner to speak to.
Yeah, I give him a pat on the back, like, nice job tonight.
You as well.
And I join the others.
Join the others. Adrian will, he spreads the words through the shadows of Fjarlund to, like, we gotta cheers. At the very least, cheers some glasses back at the King's Grace later. But the auction comes to an end. I'm sure a bottle is opened as a sort of good whatever for everybody and all of the bidders. And you may all make your departure as security as Fjarlund's thing. Ludwig, you're more than welcome to stay behind and keep an eye on things.
I might talk around. I'm sorry, finish what you're saying.
As far as you are all, will be informed. We'll deal with the King's Grace next session, but all bidders exit the party successfully. Some bidders stay around, but the bidding comes to an end, and your role in this has been successful. Concluded and successful. Next week, or you will maybe have some cheers at the King's Grace and let's level up.
Hey.
Never mind. I was going to ask if Rowan would be able to grab the Denith, but she knows where the Enclave is. She'll just drop in.
It's fine. Yeah, we're just going to say that, like, whatever wrap up anyone wants to do, whether that's at the Masquerade, in the bidding basement, back at the King's Grace, we'll wrap that up all next week. But
Perfect.
We will end the session here as the auction is concluded with a nice little level up.
Mhm.
1 million!
1 million! Wow, I did not expect. We thought 30K was a lot.
I was sitting
No,
there like
you
thinking
thought
the
30K
strategy.
was a lot.
I thought 30K was a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't think a million, but I thought like it was good. I thought it was going to be in the six figures. I did. I didn't think a million. I didn't think a million.
Yeah. I mean, you guys made that possible. Like, you really did. Like, Denith and Thrash were basically rivals in this because they're both the Inquisitives, so they were basically rivals in this. Obviously, the Canis were rivals. And the deal with the Eyes and Lyrandar was, like, easy peasy. Yeah, you gave Thrash the location of East, and then when you turn him down, he's like, well, I'm just going to go see East and make an alliance with East. That's what happened there. And then,
yeah.
Once Thrash started backing East, Denith was like, okay, like, the Inquisitives aren't going to win this one. Like, I don't need to spend money. Like, there's no reason for Denith to back any of them. Like, what are we getting out of it by spending that money, right? And West needed to block East. And Lyrander wants to make a show of giving it out, and the Eyes want to make a show of giving it to the Queen. So
everyone gets what they want.
All those three factions got what they want, and Kenneth East, Deneth, and Thrash.
Before I tried to steer the pot in, I was like, well, I have something I can say that'll sound like I'm just playing it up, but actually I'm trying to, like, incentivize
You did a good job.
West back.
You did. You got West back in the game.
You're gonna give him the seat? What the hell? Get off your
I know. Because he's got to like report back to Sherlana. It's like, am I really going to go back and tell her I spent like 300K just to like remain neutral? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you kind of stoked the fire. So I guess so. Nobody wins. That was one hell of a Mexican standoff between Kenneth.
Oh God, it's.
I'll be interested to figure out what the fallout of this auction is. In the
it's gonna be a long.
I was not expecting the numbers to get this high, but I was expecting them to get good, and I'm glad that the politics played out the way it did.
Like, in context, Ryan, I gotta know what is the how much is $1 million like worth comparatively, like in their world, like.
Oh my God, are you ready?
Yeah, I would love to hear this because, like, in our world, $1 million's a lot, but like, you can't live off it forever, you know? Unless you're really good with your money.
Give it a minute. I'll do it by American dollars.
Okay.
So I know we're mostly Americans. Let's see. One gold piece is worth about $100.
Oh my God.
In American dollars.
That's $100 million.
That's $100 million.
$100 million.
Oh, we better get a good bashing out of this. There better be jacuzzis in it.
For a solid commission.
It would be nice to have a solid commission.
Yeah, you guys are gonna make a pretty tight commission off that.
Hopefully
having a bastion way ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Or at least certain amenities on that bastion way ahead of schedule.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully our patrons will be pleased.
I think Fiora will be happy with
I think the finder's fee is going to be able to cover your estate costs for this mage run. You'll be okay.
I was seriously like, all right, I need to sell it back to Kenneth West, keep the property with them, get something smaller, maybe like a little 2-bedroom. Something modest.
Yeah, something modest.
I'm really excited to sit down and like think about the consequences for all of our factions. You guys, that was very cool.
Ron, what's the name of your friend? If you're on again?
Inara.
Oh, I can't wait to see her face. I wish I could see her face when she finds out. Oh yeah, $1 million.
Well,
as an aside item.
Yeah.
Lois is going to use Encode Thoughts and pluck a memory of the scene from the lead up to that conversation. However much she saw of what was going on inside of that space, and the conversation and the shape change, or the shift whatever it was.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay.
And
Mr.
she's
Shadow.
going to hand that off to Holden.
Okay.
So
Very
he can get everything that took place before he arrived and what took place after he left.
Yeah, Holden ready to see what those two gentlemen did to each other before you showed up.
Funny.
I'll tell you what, Holden. There's probably what you expect to some small degree, but you'll notice that, like, the guy on the bed, like, he did kind of, like, fall asleep during the early portions, and Mr. Shadow got off of him. Like, he didn't redress himself, like, with his pants still on. You get the sense that, like, there was some poison of some kind involved. Like, he seemed very aware of what had happened to this guy, and it was too sudden for it to be alcohol.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. I will. I've already I've already messaged you, and I'll send you a couple more messages, probably more than just about this game, for where I'm at over the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely understood.
But this game specifically because some things are time sensitive, so we'll be talking about it.
Holden will be doing Holden things.
Yeah, gotta go do Holden things.
How much did Fiolan spend to find Hero Vath again?
Not $1 million gold pieces.
Like 30K was like a nice return on investment. $1 million, I cannot imagine.
They're making.
They're very pleased they sponsored us.
Well, you gotta. They will be very pleased. It's the whole thing about like hiring an artist where it's like, oh, you did this in 5 minutes. Why am I paying you like this much money? The question is like, how much did it cost to train the agents that went in?
Yeah,
how many of them went in, and how much of that training cost was there? The actual like paying those agents, how much they paid them in historically for their experience.
The years you have to put in to train them, all that stuff.
But with that said, they're getting a return on those agents' investments easily.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's so good.
They're doing great.
I was ready for like a fireball to go off or something.
And all because a few years back, Rowan blackmailed Inara.
But you blackmailed her?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to hear this story.
It's actually not that exciting, but yeah, that's a big piece of how Rowan got out of
I beg to differ. I thought that was very interesting story.
I would love to hear it.
Damn, guys. Fucking $1 million. I didn't expect it to go. I knew it was possible. I didn't expect it to go that high.
You didn't expect to go that high?
I didn't expect to go to. I knew it was possible, but I didn't expect it to go.
What did you expect it to go to?
I thought it was going to go to like 7.
Nope.
Oh
my god.
No, when you brought Kenneth West to that, I was like, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and now everyone gets what they want. They block Kenneth East. Lyrandar gets the good press. The eyes are happy, make the queen happy, and yeah, they can all split it like a third of it all.
The Civil War of Kenneths continues. Just both of them. Well, one of them a little bit poorer. Hey, if you think about it, at the end of the day, like Kenneth East technically came out on top on Kenneth West because they've got much more capital than West, and West just spent a pretty significant sum just to block them. It was so in the wider, bigger world, they kind of made Kenneth West waste a lot of money just to block them.
Rowan, we can play this next week, but Rowan is actually going to make a suggestion to Kenneth West in regards to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're in good with the Ondair now. That's pretty damn good.
They're in good with the Eyes of Ondair, who occasionally investigates things, which means this is a great time to negotiate for. Oh, you come up with Kenneth Tech, any Kenneth Tech ever. You return it to Kenneth West.
They were already in good with Lyrandar. This will help cement that, and then it'll help them with the Eyes of Ondair, I guess.
Oh my god!
We just got to see if Jorlana knows how to leverage this political situation or this particular situation.
Yeah, she does.
And in the next week or two, in the next couple sessions, y'all meeting my dad.
Yeah, you guys might go meet the Eardraggers.
Have a good night, all.
There's a lot of story to tell with those guys.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.